Hail.
Hail.
Yeah, that's what I said. How's it going, folks? Hey there, hey there. How y'all doing on this lovely, lovely day? I'm excited to be here. This is, of course, our last stream this week. Starting tomorrow, I'm headed off visiting family for a couple of days. But we'll be back for the start of our regular streaming week on Tuesday next week. Hey there, 039. Is there a point in playing vanilla? I think yes. There's a couple points. If you don't have or don't want to spend the money on grabbing the DLC, Monster Train Without is still a game that's absolutely enjoyable. And I think that without the DLC added, it's probably a little bit easier to learn. There's a whole lot of different mechanics in Monster Train, and the ways that they all interact can be a little daunting, especially as you're first getting into the game. So if you were just picking up the game and you find it mechanically intimidating, then playing without the DLC might make it easier to learn at first. Is there a point for me in playing vanilla? I don't think so. No, I wouldn't want to go back to without the shard system. I think my particular problem with vanilla was that you were too often just completely hosed in the early game with certain clan combinations. And maybe the patches to champs have changed this. And maybe my better play has changed this. But I felt like you often ended up unavoidably hosed in your first couple of fights sometimes at Covenant 25. And the additional power options provided in the DLC in terms of the, especially the unit fusing system, which I think just makes runs so much more interesting for me. Being able to infuse one unit into another, it's my favorite mechanic that they added in the DLC by far. By far. Every unit has an essence, a property that they can apply to any other unit in your deck by merging them at these divine temples. And that for me adds like a whole new layer of strategy and possible interactions that's rife for abuse and synergies and fun exploitations. And there's the part of the joy, I think, a major part of joy in Monster Train is figuring out and executing on very unusual but very powerful kind of game-breaking interactions. Making a weird infinite or scaling one unit to have 10,000 rage as a way to win. And the essence system of the DLC just kind of like adds a dimension of complexity to that goal that for me creates a really delicious mechanics soup. It's just really fun to try to theorize about what units can I see, how do I make this base unit good by mixing it with the properties of another in order to be able to tackle the late game of Monster Train, and how do I tackle that end boss at the very end, which is a fun added challenge too. I also wouldn't want to be able to play without the last Divinity boss, because I think that's such a cool capstone to the run. I was never quite satisfied with Seraph as the end boss, and I'm really glad that we have a fight after him now. Hey there, Not Lemon. Dark Orb Defect is one of my favorite ways to win in Spire. Pretty hard for me to get it to actually succeed. I think because I'm not taking loop aggressively enough. That's probably my own advice to myself. Bottled Lightning Seek Plus will do it, though, to get Echo Form and Loop Plus. Play Echoed Loop Plus on the next turn. Yeah, good stuff. Monster Train all day? That's not the plan. No, I think we'll be switching to Spire after 2 or 3 runs. But I do want to deck build all day, that's for sure. So what have we got ourselves here? We've got ourselves a Remnant with Allied Exiled Hellhorn. So we have Queen's Implings and Dregs with Rector Flicker. How fascinating. Got a targeted reform card to start. That's very nice. This lets us reform any one unit and give it +10. Note that the reform property, which is a core kind of mechanic to the Remnant clan, which can be very difficult to wrap your head around. I think I'm still figuring out exactly what it is that makes Remnant good. But the idea is short-lived units that come back to life with stat bonuses. And what Melting Remnant really likes as a way to really control this are ways to kill their own units. I would like that we have 2 horn breaks here, as well as ways to reform key units to get their stats back. Be very interesting. That could allow me to take, for example, the burnout version of Rector Flicker. I think with Rector Flicker specifically, I do want to look at the artifact first, because there's some seriously powerful artifacts that can shape Rector Flicker's choice specifically, such as the combustible wax, making burnout last significantly longer. If I know I'm getting that, I would always choose the Burn Bright version of Rector Flicker, for example. So, we have here a guild marker, which is a very good artifact to start with. Merchant costs are reduced by 25%. It's basically 25% or 33% more money for the entire run. Queen's Tale is also pretty good. When we summon our first imp unit each turn, gain 1 energy and draw 1. Given that we have 5 imps, these Queen's Implings, this would be 1 energy and draw 1 on most turns, which is pretty dang good. Both of these are pretty dang good. Although it's very hard to say no to sources of draw in Monster Train. This might be quite abusable, in fact. Man, I wish I didn't have to choose between these two. I want them both. But I'll take the Queen's Tale. This is a more immediate use to us as well. Cheaper merchants ultimately is a really good thing. Money is a very, very powerful resource in Monster Train because, in part, there's no real limit to your ability to spend that money. There are merchants on every single map node, generally speaking, that you can visit, and every merchant that you visit also offers an unlimited number of card removals. So at any given merchant, you can spend as much money as you have on removing cards from your deck. And that means that ways to save money and ways to generate money can be very, very strong. Also something that the Remnant clan has access to. It's kind of cool. That said, I am going to go Queen's Tale here. Alright, and I love our options here for Rector Flicker. The Accumulator version of Rector Flicker has the Harvest property, gaining stat boosts whenever a unit on this floor dies. I think that would pair very nicely with the Queen's Implings, as we have units that are intended to be disposable, so we could throw those as kind of meat fodder in front of the Accumulator version of Rector Flicker, and then end up with a very tanky champ to fight the boss with at the end. Or Dark Calling, which says, after combat, reform 2 random units and give them an additional +5 stats. So he'll bring 2 dead units back to life every turn. And I think that's incredibly strong. No, I don't have plans to play Path again. I did enjoy my time with the game back many years ago. I played, I've got, I think, 1,500 plus hours in Path of Exile. I actually streamed a little bit of it. Very small amount of it. 3 years ago, I want to say. There were a number of issues with that. I didn't have a stable frame rate for it at the time. Streaming it, which was not helpful to the experience. But I don't think it made a very good stream game, ultimately. These days, I consider it a little bit bloated mechanically. There is, in fact, still a YouTube video, a video guide that I made for Path of Exile, which is still to this day my most viewed YouTube video. Even after all the things that have followed. Pen, thank you so much for 15 months. I'm going to take Dark Calling here. I think we can absolutely break Dark Calling as a mechanic. Curious which way I'm going to choose here. Merchant of Magic is interesting to upgrade these Horn Breaks and the Wicked Blaze. I would love Wicked Blaze to be Holdover, for example. And I might prefer to go Remnant Banner as well. Hello, Rubum. This is the Queen's Tale, giving us 1 draw and 1 energy the first time we play an Imp each turn. And I'm going to take the money here. Remnant can put money to a very good use. And I don't think I'm afraid of spikes very much, since my units come back to life when they die. Start of each combat in Monster Train, or at least every non-major combat, you're offered a trial. Take a penalty for the fight in order to gain an additional reward. If you're playing on the highest difficulty, C25, you will need to recognize moments where you're not allowed to take the trial, but I usually advocate for taking your trials at most available opportunities. So, we get these waves of clergymen, lots of little 1 health guys with nasty base damage and high spikes. They are going to be a little bit rude. In particular, skipping a unit draft trial is really, really a sad feeling in the early game, but is sometimes necessary because, particularly with certain clan combinations, especially Primordium or Little Fade starts, can be seriously injured, if not outright killed, by a bad trial in the first combat. And yeah, you always have the option of just starting a new run. So what am I going to do here? Our Queen's Implings kills one of them when it gets summoned, but otherwise these enemies attack before player units do, so any units we deploy on the bottom are just going to get donked and perish. But I could put Rector Flicker in the back. I think going Rector Flicker on the bottom is an aggro choice. Oh, we also get a card when I play this Queen's Impling. Let's start with that. Here's the Queen's Tail here. We get a Horn Break. Okay, that makes life easier. That makes life quite a bit easier. Alright, in that case, we'll go... Boop. Wonder if it was ever Horn Break the Queen's Impling and then Wicked Blaze it to get it back. I think that was actually the better play. Yeah, yes, that was the better play. Because I have the 2 energy to spare also. Okay, that's fine though. So we could put Rector Flicker behind here. That gives me the advantage of immediately reforming the 2 units, but does mean that we'll have less turns to prepare for the boss, essentially. With this version of Rector Flicker, I think it's either top or bottom that you want to go. Let's try bottom. Bottom variant Rector Flicker is fun to me, because you get to immediately reform the stuff that was on the bottom. Looks spooky, don't it? But it's not. Ooh. Kill him. See, Rector Flicker doesn't even take any Thorns damage here. Up top is this Collector. We'll kill that for money. This is a Burnout 3, 19 damage Dreg. That seems pretty good. Alright, so the play is as follows. And I love that it's this. We play this drag, giving him Ember Drain 1 as the top unit deployed on the top floor. Play the Train Steward without Ember Drain. Kill the drag. So now he's in the Reform Pool. And now he's a 19-8. Wait, that's the other drag. Oh yeah, we can get him back again. Good. So next turn, the boss arrives. Let's just put this man in front of... Okay, we'll also put this into the Reform Pool. I can descend the Train Steward twice. I don't know why I would, though. Let's just get this guy deployed on the middle floor. It's not the greatest draw next turn, is it? That's fine. Beautiful. So you're going... You actually do so much damage, I want to put you behind Wrecker Flicker in the back there, where you can just attack. And I think I Horn Break one of the Clergymans, and that should be enough, right? Yeah, that's enough to shift the tide in our favor here. Good. Good old Molded just lets me reform a unit of my choice. I also like Hallowed Drippings as a way to extend the burnout of our reformed units once they've been reformed a couple of times and just keep them alive with their boosted stats. But I think having a second card that lets me reform a unit of my choosing is really important here at the moment. Stealth can also be a really fun mechanic to work around with Remnant. One of my favorite things to abuse. Stealth makes your units immune to being attacked by enemies, so your opponents just kind of sit there, twiddling their thumbs, doing nothing. Rage. Rage and Reform don't seem like they go together well, because Rage is a status, a buff, and when your units die, that buff is removed. You don't get it back when they reform. I don't think I want it. I could take a Vent so that I have an area damage card. Putting Sap Seraph. Let's skip all these. Take the 10 gold. And I think I want to go to Merchant of Magic rather than a Merchant of Steel. That means no unit upgrades. We'll still probably take a unit from the Remnant banner. But I'm looking to apply some kind of upgrade to the Horn Breaks, maybe upgrade Molded or Wicked Blaze. Divine Temple could allow us to fuse 2 units together. That could have been a reason to take the Stealth guy when we saw him. So, we are offered a double stack. Interesting. Surge Stone's great. Of course, there's always an Ember Stone available at the Merchant of Magic. In the Divine Temple, we have Spell Chain and Intrinsic as the options. Spell Chain Molded. Interesting. Spell Chain Molded. That might be workable. That might be workable. What do you... Oh. Okay. I can actually see Lady of the Reform being a pretty good option, too. Lady of the Reformed is Burnout 3. Apply Burnout 1 to friendly Burnout units when damaged. So we can reform things for a while, and then the Lady of the Reformed is our kind of tank during the boss phase. But I do like Harvest as a unit to build around here. Essentially, we put the Baron on the bottom floor, deploy Queen's Implings in front of him repeatedly, and use Rector Flicker to reform those imps over and over again. Each time we do so, we gain money from the Wickless Tycoon. What's that money going to let us do? It lets us buy lots of upgrades at merchants, especially if we go to Merchant of Magic. After Merchant of Magic, we can get some seriously upgraded spells. It allows us to pay for lots of card removals, which will allow us to purge all of the unwanted base units from this deck. And it'll allow us to buy many artifacts later on. This could be a really cool way to scale, and I think is one of the really useful scaling mechanisms that are available to the Melting Remnant. Alright. So, we'll upgrade the damage of this card. I'm going to pay for a reroll here. We're going to reduce the cost of Molded, I think. And I am going to make that spell chain. And then I'll pay 60 gold to refresh the contents of the shop. We do get Hold Over. Okay. So I probably don't need spell chain if Hold Over Molded or Hold Over Wicked Blaze is an option. I'll probably just go Hold Over Wicked Blaze here. Make it 1 cost. That way we can also scale our base damage of our units as we reform them over and over. Let's do that. And I guess I'll upgrade the other Hornbreak to make it another one-time deal 50. That seems fine. They're both very good. Okay, and that lets us keep our shard count low for now. I can even shell out 60 for a removal before this next fight, although I think what I'm going to do is keep that money to afford upgrades at the next store instead. Obscura, thank you so much for the 16 months of support. Do I want intrinsic on anything in this deck? No. No. Now that we have the Baron, by the way, we have a use for the Drip Falls. Any unit that gets past the money-making machine that is, our Wickless Tycoon. Any unit that gets past the Tycoon, we can use Dripfall to return them to the bottom floor, where he'll likely be, and continue to try to harvest the dollar dues. Okay, let's stride forth into our second combat then. Our trial is extra units. Honestly, that sounds like a lot of money to me. Although this might result in a little bit of pyre damage. That's okay. I want the extra money too. Money, money. This may encourage us to set up a different floor with the Tycoon. Deer, actually. Black Eye Blackie says, how good is this game balance-wise? Quite good, I would say. The clans are all very capable of winning on the highest difficulty. With the Last Divinity DLC, almost all of the units have some good utility to them, although they may not be that useful in their base form. At the very minimum, they'll be useful for infusing into other units. And it doesn't feel to me like there's any one strategy that is dominant. In addition, the game has encourages you to diversify your play with the card mastery mechanic. So you're encouraged to kind of win with every different style of deck one time, rather than figuring out one way to win and executing on it over and over again. So Wise Woman once said, when you start a fight, there's a button. You just click on it. There's nothing else that you need to read. Exactly. Exactly. I think we're going to be putting the Wickless Tycoon on the bottom here, and I'm going to do Steward, drag, rector, flicker up top. The steward and the drag are both going to die. I guess I could have rector, flicker tank a little bit of damage to kill one clergyman. Let's think about that. Train steward definitely goes in front to tank 2 hits here. Rector, flicker going behind him. Currently, rector, flicker loses 5 health and we kill 1 clergyman. So I could either not lose 5 health on rector, flicker. Oh, I also get to instantly reform the drag if the drag dies, or I don't get to do that if the drag doesn't die. So I guess I'll save the health on rector, flicker. We'll lose the 3 pyre health, and I'll take the drag back with reform. I don't want to not reform this drag instantly. Put it there. And you're going down here, sir. There's no real room for him up top. I don't think that's a good place for the Tycoon to have gone, although we could have tanked and actually wiped them all out by putting Tycoon up top. He takes way too much damage if I put him here, so Tycoon goes on the bottom. And we'll sort out the rest from there. That means we do not get harvest on any of this, but that's okay, because we're going to get a lot more harvests on the bottom floor. So we do lose some pyre health for the money we're gaining. Also get some stinky curses added. Oh, I did actually... What a complicated deck. I understand, though. It doesn't seem like I have a viable way to kill the Collector. That is not going to happen. 13 health is perfect for tanking all these guys. You got it, buddy. Only 2 of them die. If I put the Queen's Impling up top, we can get 2 more of them. But I think I might need more down here. Plus we want to get the dollary dues. So you're going in front. And that also gives me a card back. Oh, I can descend the Collector! Amazing! Surely this is the strategy. That prevents the Collector from escaping, which means we can maybe get the money. And we'll get an extra $5. That's my choice. Okay, so we want... one more unit up top, and 2 more units down here. This drag won't die unless I put it here. And then it'll be available in the reform pool. Okay, that's what I want. I want you to die so that I can reform you. You're going to go on the bottom because I need the damage output. You're going to go up top because I don't need the damage output there. Okay. That ends up being our order then. I play this so that I draw next turn. I get rid of this. A lot of stuff to do on that turn. So we get this guy back immediately. Make $10. This poor Collector dies. Let's just donks you, and then you die. Anything else I can do? Yes. Player 25 damage train steward is what we can do. What else do we have? Burn out 1 Queen's Impling. With bonus damage. Don't mind if I do. Alright, that's going on the bottom so that I make a little bit of extra dollars here. And give me a card back. I'm gonna kill you. Put you here. Likewise. Really like this version of Rector Flicker. Okay, currently we're getting absolutely destroyed on the bottom floor here. But what if we had a super-powered Queen's Impling? What's it then? We're gonna go there. This also draws us one. This should go behind the dregs. I don't want it to die before it gets to attack twice. You can either snipe one of these guys in the back or just straight up deal 50 to the boss. Feels like it has to be better to deal the 50. Although these guys will prevent us from drawing a card next turn. So there is, I suppose, some reason not to do that. I also get $5 if I kill one. Alright. $5 it is. Good. And then the fact that all of our units die is vaguely helpful because it means more dollars. Poor guy. Alright, so I'm allowed to reform the Wickless Tycoon again. Now he's at 25-30, but he only has Burnout 1, so... Is it gonna work out? Again! This time he's got Burnout 2 and does 40 damage. Go behind. Alright, unfortunately this enemy doesn't ever actually die. There's nothing I can do about that. So we don't gain the $5 there, but we do gain $5 from our own unit dying and $5 from the boss dying. So we're able to squeeze a little bit of extra cash out of that combat there. Back up to 300 already, which is pretty hype. Another molded. How cute. Feels like I don't need any more reform now that we have this holdover Wicked Blaze. Entombed Explosive could be a nice way to deal with enemies too. 50 damage, and that I can reform and use over and over again. Yeah, let's grab an Entombed Explosive here. I think that fits in really nicely with the other stuff we're doing. Armor Imp. Do we value armor? I'm not sure. The Wickless Tycoon would value armor. But Wickless Tycoon won't always be the front unit. I mean, we do value imps thanks to Queen's Tail. You know what? Sure. We'll see if we can figure out how to make that useful. So, do we go to another Merchant of Magic, or do we head over to a Merchant of Steel here? With 300 gold, we could get some good upgrades for our units. Looking for Endless to put on one of the imps, or perhaps upgrades for the Wickless Tycoon. Armor can be bad sometimes, I agree. 100% in this situation. Armor totally might be bad sometimes. In which case, I'll avoid playing the imp, I think? Hopefully I'll recognize it. Oh man. If I'd known we were going to get offered a -2 cost, I would have had Wicked Blaze at unupgraded, but oh well. We could apply -2 cost to a... I don't have any spells that cost 2 now. That's alright. Means we don't take 15 shards. What we got here? Large Stone. I want to be able to put that on the Wickless Tycoon, but I worry that if I do, he will not be supported well. Could maybe take plus capacity after our boss, but I don't know how much I like that either. Large Stone is a very nice boost in stats, though, I have to say. Alright, what do you got? Oh, the Wickless Baron is the perfect pairing! Alright, alright. Perfect. Perfect. Wickless Baron gains +3/+3 whenever a unit on his floor dies. You can actually use the essence of the Wickless Tycoon so that we put it into the Baron. And then we have a combined Baron Tycoon that's all about just scaling by having other units die on his floor. It's going to be great combining those two together, making one unit that double capitalizes on Harvest as a mechanic. I don't think that I want the Large Stone. I might just take a Heartstone and then see what the other upgrade is available. That'll help him stay alive in the early waves until he can get his health up via harvesting. But increasing his size is just less units we can put on his floor to get him less harvests, and that's not acceptable. Not acceptable. Do I want to put +10 damage on anybody? I don't trust. Quick. Okay, interesting. Sure, we'll give him quick. It means he'll strike before the enemies do, which could definitely help keep things alive, but it also in some cases might prevent our units from taking damage. I have to say, that's not really the upgrade I was looking for. Still, I'm going to try it. I don't expect to go to another Merchant of Steel for a while, so we'll make do with what we're offered. Should have kept at least one non-consuming damage spell in the deck as well. Oh well. And now we look at the cavern. We get to build our own card, the Arcane Machine. We get to build a spell, giving it 3 properties. Damage, heal, or buff. Buff is +10 to the damage output. That does persist through Reforming, so that could be pretty cool. Maybe we'll be able to get plus floor capacity as a secondary effect. It can also be push, pull, or descend. Since we're buffing our own units, let's make it push to back. Sorry, damage on our units. And yes, we do get plus capacity. That's definitely a card I want then. Gain +10 attack power on the unit, put it to the back of the floor, and give us more capacity on this floor. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, that means we can definitely take card draw. Could make it -2 cost, and then we could make it spell chain. How about that? But no, I'm not going to do that. That's a really cool outcome from the orb, I think, for this deck. Alright, I got everything that I wanted here. I'll pay for 1 card purge at this time, also. 1 steward. I think I am going to pay just 25 for Rage 7 on just one of these imps. Maybe on the Boulder Helper. No, I'll be deliberately killing him a lot. Just randomly on one of these imps, just in case the +14 damage ever comes in very handy. I think we'll have extra cash, after all, with the way this deck is headed. Time for our first major boss. It's Daedalus, who summons bombs, because he's rude. Just really Really rude. See here, for example, I can't get the Impling killed. Oh well. Time to start scaling. Give me your dollars. It's got damage shield 1. I'm very tempted to drip fall the the bomb. I don't think it's a good idea. But if I do it right, I can make $5. Oh, I can make $5, actually. Or no, I can't, because I can't play these both. Well, heck. Alright, Rector Flickers, you're going up top this time. I think I'll put the steward in front of him. Oh, that's a big lad. Hello. Wickless Baron takes no damage if I play the Train Steward, but I'll deal a lot more damage meaningfully if I play these Queen's Implings. I'll also make a little bit more money if I play the Queen's Implings. Actually, wait, no, playing the Implings also blocks everything, right? Attacks, bomb goes off. It's the third one, yeah. Get the Imps out. Nothing to reform yet, but we'll play this here. And I guess I'll put 2 Dregs? Sure, we'll play these 2 here. You messed up, son. Give him the bonus. So if I summon you here, then the Wickless Baron will kill this one with Quick. Good. Let's get energy in a card draw. Put you down 1 floor so that you can die. I can even put the Steward here and they'll all get wiped out. Yeah, let's do that. Get the other 2 Implings back now, thanks to Rector Flicker. And everything is on track. Oh, that's true. I could have played the Armor Gremlin behind the Baron and then pushed the Baron to the back. Did not think about that. That's cool. Very cool. All right, who else is in the consume pile? Okay, we have lots of things for Rector Flicker to work with at this point. What do I want back right now? This Impling? Yeah. Oh, and we have him tuned to explosive now, too. Good. Even better. Here, you can go here. And put the imps on the bottom. Now everything dies there. Means I can just kill you outright. All as well. You can go here. His stats, though. More gold. More of everything. Beautiful. They're so cute. Get him. Well, I dare say this appears to be working. We're gaining money over time, and this guy gets big. Real big. Interesting. Offered both Reinforce and Last Stand. Double the amount of armor or double the amount of rage. We're doing neither of those things. However, what about Remnant Pact? Make a unit of our choice endless. That means the unit will always go back to the top of the draw pile when it's killed, rather than entering the reform pool. And there's lots of really cool stuff you can do with that, including reforming a unit one time to give it burnout 1, then giving it endless, so you create an endless burnout 1 unit that dies automatically at the end of every turn. That's good. Oh man, and big sludges here. Oof. If only. Another Wickless Tycoon as well. I think we're happy with our 1 Baron, and we just want to support him with other stuff, but it's interesting being offered additional options for harvest units here. Love the animation on the big sludger. I hadn't actually noticed that before. Kind of glowing colors. It's really cool. But yeah, I think I'm going to take none of the above. And we're going to opt for additional card draw now that we have the ability to increase our capacity with Old Magic. Drawing more cards per turn helps me find the important stuff faster. Usually my choice on monster train runs. Wouldn't that just be a normal sludge? The tiny giant head. Heck, if we want another unit, something we could do is actually duplicate the Wickless Baron. Have 2 of them. Although I think we would struggle to play other units alongside in a manner that was satisfactory to us. That said, removing 2 cards is real nice as well, so there could be good reason to go here. Do I have a spell I want to duplicate? I could duplicate the Old Magic, I could duplicate this 0-cost Molded. There's a few other cards it wouldn't be bad to have a copy of, after all. Don't think I have a lot of use for the Hellhorn Banner unit, so it's mostly I'm weighing 2 removals. The heal's not bad either, and 75 gold, and the duplication against 75 gold and a random artifact. It's really up to how good that artifact is. I don't think I trust it to be good enough here. What do we get in the middle here? +1 damage for rage stacks. Man, the big sludge would have been so good with Resonant Shard. Holy moly. I didn't think about big sludge with Hellhorned. That's a really cool cross-clan synergy. Dazed units that get to the top floor is quite nice. Helps protect Rector Flicker up there. Or just more damage on the pyre. Nah, we'll take Light's Gift. I think that's just fine and dandy. We'll lose 2 more Train Stewards. Essence of Steel. Oof. I could cross-path into Accumulator here. Interesting. Giving Rector Flicker harvest bonuses too. That would give us a really good reason to go bottom floor harvest flicker. Pure Prof Imp? Oof. 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 What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the progression of Rector Flicker here. So accumulator will be +2 +10. Dark Calling is always reformed 2. It's just 5, 10, 15. I don't think I really care about the damage bonus we're getting on the units I'm reforming. Okay, I'm going to cross-path into the accumulator version then, and we're going to have Rector Flicker also gain harvest bonuses. Suppose I'm going to duplicate old magic in that case. Although that probably means I'm not going to be putting the Light's Gift to much use. That's my... Well, maybe here I will. That's a lot of money, so I want to take the trial. I can negate most of this penalty by deploying up top. Holy moly, 21 by 2. Choices were made. Yeah, I think we put Rector Flicker and the Baron up top here. And we harass things with units on the way up. I think that's the way to do this. So, summon you down here. Dreg. Right. Flicker goes in front of the Baron. Do this to you also. So I could reform that one instantly. Don't have to, though. Definitely going to start increasing our capacity up here. That is a given. I want to play an imp. Make it this imp. Getting our harvesting going. Here again at an inopportune time. I ideally don't want to kill units until they reach the top floor. This is a pretty good way to get that. So we can use as well. I might get really creative here. Hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna do this. Queen's Impling. It gains Ember Drain, but it doesn't die because these units are dazed. So I'm gonna descend it so that it gets killed down here. And then I don't lose 1 energy next turn. I'm gonna get all these guys deployed. Do I want any of you to be endless at this time? No. Just burn it. Okay, both of those are dying. Let's get this front guy killed here, so that we can directly attack the Clipped Guardian with our forces next turn. Let's reform that Queen's Impling as well. Why not? Start doing some damage there. Do we want to descend anyone? Or dazed anybody? Currently, I don't see a reason to. Let's get some more stuff killed, though. That's not enough damage. Definitely solve that, though. $26 damage plus rage. Biga. Okay, that's relatively well sorted. With the burnout, get in there too. Go down here. Beautiful. Let's give me this back. Wait here. Also, this. Same thing. Do some damage. Oh, I love having 2 of these. That's what I've learned. But I'm deeply regretting that I made my Hornbreaks consume. I really wish I could target my own units with a damage card right now. If we see one that doesn't consume in a card reward, I'm going to have to pick it up. I have actually no way to kill enemies that are behind bosses like this, which is a little scary. Alright, let's return as many weak units as possible to gain as many $5 as possible. Send them into nothingness? That doesn't work, though. The sad truth of it. They do not even descend. How impolite. Wait, none of them are dying? Oh no, I've made a terrible mistake. Well, you must die, sir. Oh no, we just killed the boss too quickly. I see what's happened. Wait a minute. Push the boss to the back? Brilliant! Now that's creative use of a card. The dollars. Oh, Crushing Demise, this is great. Kill a random non-boss enemy unit. Kill a random friendly unit. Yes, although I rarely want to play this on the floor with the Wickless Baron. Simply having a way to kill our own units is nice. Remnant Host is also a really good harvest fuel kind of thing. It's a unit that summons more units when it dies. And those units have Burnout 1. And you can even infuse that into something else. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I'm gonna take that. Let's see what we can do with that. Of course, there is a 7 unit per floor limit that we still have to respect, unfortunately. I'll take Imp in a box, actually. More imps. Trinket Merchant or Spell Merchant? Have to say, with the Herzl's Horde here, I've got to go to the Trinket Merchant. We have enough money to look at many, many, many different artifacts. We can look at up to 6 different ones and purchase up to 2 of them with this much cash. Being able to kind of hand pick, it's going to be huge here. We might be able to get double Extinguish, or double Summon, which would be very, very powerful. I'm not sure if it matters which one I look at first here. Deal 2 to enemies or more pyre health. I don't think the Precious Plating's good. Jackstrip is vaguely helpful. 2 damage was a lot more impactful before the expansion arrived, but now it's almost nothing. Mostly useful for removing damage shield from enemies, which is only a couple specific enemies. There's Ashes of the Fallen. Summon abilities trigger an additional time. As well as Flicker's Liquor. When you play a unit, a random card in hand becomes at 0 cost. However, I think we already have enough energy to play all the cards, so there's not a whole lot of use to Flicker's Liquor. But I'll definitely take Ashes of the Fallen, and then I think I'll pay for a reroll here, see what the other 3 are. More magic power, gain more stats if they slay something, or start the battle with armor 15 on the pyre. I don't think these are that good, compared to just buying some card purges. So I'll probably leave those where they are. Still, Ashes of the Fallen is a great pickup. It's one of the ones we asked for specifically. And the Bone Dog's here. Do you help out the Bone Dog? Gaining the Bone Dog's favor. It restores 5 pyre health if you reserve it, but is unplayable. The other option is Purge a card, and I have to say, this is a deck that really wants to aggressively purge cards, so Purge a card is what's going to happen. We will leave you a friend, a Dreg friend. Enjoy. You can't take the dog along, but you decide to leave something behind to ease your stinging guilt. Thank you, Bone Dog friend. Thank you. Also get rid of the last steward, of course. What's up next? Concealed Caverns, Merchants of Steel, Unstable Vortex. That's definitely the way that I'm going. Might have another opportunity for Endless there. Hey there, Rob is waiting. Yes, the creation of the YouTube definitely helped power a big leap in stream growth. through 2021. And I'm hoping that it'll continue to have momentum for 2022. Definitely many people found their way to the channel last year. And I think YouTube was a big part of that. Took me about 3 years on Twitch to get it to 1 million Twitch views. The YouTube channel reached 1 million views in only 1 year. And probably sometime during this year, the YouTube will eclipse the Twitch channel in terms of total views, which is mind-boggling to me. So more than half of all the content that has been seen of me will be on the YouTube. Even though I spend all my time on Twitch. I'm going to Virgin of the Drake. And then stop, because I am out of money. But I could get more money. I'm also unclear as to... Did I take that Remnant Host? I totally did. Okay. In that case, I will not take $100 for 10 shards. But I will take Spikes 4 on enemies, because that sounds super fun. More relevantly, a random artifact sounds super fun. We do need 100 total shards to fight Divinity. I'm not too worried about that, because we're going to get 25 shards from fusing 2 units of the Divine Temple, and I'll probably take at least 1 upgrade, as well as the 15 shards here. So that should get us to an even 100 at least. At least. Okay, well, this is not what I wanted. Is that an arbitrary thing you need for the Last Divinity? Yes, you must. You must actually get 100 shards, or you don't fight the Last Divinity at the end of the run. Doesn't count. So that's a big spiky boy in the back there, huh? And we have double summon? Okay, so Queen Zimplings is going to just chug through these nerds. Let's leave all 4 of these here. Do it like this then. Spikes actually means the Welder Helper will die on its own. So I think I'm allowed to do this. We'll see, maybe I wasn't. Oh, do I make him endless? With spikes? That actually feels right. Oh no, I can make the Entombed Explosive endless. That feels more reasonable. So one of these is actually getting to the Pyre. I suppose that's okay. No, I can Drip Ball one. That's more reasonable. Much more reasonable. Okay, that all dies. You're gonna go here. Of course, now I can't make you endless. That's okay. Alright, here we go. Get thee to the back. Also, I'm not sure why I thought I didn't need Flicker's Liquor. Totally feels like it would have been useful. Actually, wait, how are you gonna die? Like this, I guess. I'll get you back next turn. Right. Okay. Next turn then. Burnout 2. Anything with Burnout 1? Yes. You. It's all about just getting as many harvest procs as we can here. By and large. Can I reform an imp? Yes. And that looks good to me. $5. Regiardo asks, does this clan combo have a clan card that ascends? Yes. Hidden Patches. There's also Tiresome Climb, which we just saw a moment ago. A 2-cost Ascend and Apply Daze 2 Hellhorn card. I chose not to take that because I didn't want to ascend my own units and apply Dazed 2. And I definitely didn't want to apply Dazed 2 and ascend to enemies either. Okay, so here we get what I actually wanted, which was we use Molded to get the Remnant Host with Burnout 1. And now we apply Endless to this unit. Well, that's the stratagem. Unfortunately, having a bit of an issue here. Get one more unit onto this floor also. So we attack with quick first, then the explosive guy goes off. Okay, and then everybody else is hitting Clip Defender. Understood. So we actually want an Old Magic Wrecker Flicker, I think, here. We want the damage to be meaningful. Oh, we can also drip fall this big stinky guy. Alright, let's do that. That makes my life way easier. Oh, but the created drafts have more burnout than necessary. Interesting. I think that's still fine. I don't want to kill any of those units right now. So again, we can push the boss to the back to make another $5 here. Feels pretty appropriate. We're definitely winning. And if I put down a couple more units, those units should also comfortably die, making us even more money. So I'm not even allowed to play any more units. We're at the hard cap of 7 per floor here. This boss has sweep, so they'll attack everything on the floor at the same time, which is perfect. We're getting lots of harvest. GG. Bonk. Vinny TK2, thank you so much for 14 months of keeping it cozy. My, a Lightstone housing means spells have a 3rd upgrade slot. That's mighty powerful. We're offered a 2nd Remnant Host. I could make Extinguish summon more. Odoberry, Extinguish, draw 1. Also very good. Potentially. Another way to apply Dazed could be quite useful too, actually. I like Mortal Entrapment as a way to stop Divinity on the top floor from sweeping us. No worries, Reggie Ardito. This is a question-friendly community. Even if I don't directly answer any questions posed in chat, usually the odds are somebody in chat knows the answer and is willing to help you out. It's a shame I can't Remnant Host into Remnant Host. The 7-unit limit really puts a damper on any attempt to just, like, flood the floor with too many things. So I think I'll take this Mortal Entrapment instead. Oh, here's a way to kill my own units. Or Sacrifice Imp also directly kills a unit. And it does so in a way that then allows us to do damage to the enemy. Impish Scholar would return my Hornbreaks to me. Or the Imp in a Box. Such fascinating options. Remember, this guy returns 2 spells because of Ashes of the Fallen. And can then be reformed, and it's an Imp? Honestly? I'm taking Impish Scholar here. I think we could do some really... Now I'm reforming my spells and my units. It's gonna be broken. Gonna be real good. Tell you what. Oh my, and we're offered Endless Burnout 1 at the same time here, which means I can just make the perfect unit. Which is going to be as follows. You're Burnout 1. And you're Endless. And you are now fused with this thing. So we have Burnout 1, Endless. When it dies, summon 2 drafts. And whenever it's summoned, we get 2 cards that say Consume back into our hand. And we just cycle that on the top floor over and over again. That's not a card, that's a full hand. It's just like 5 cards in one. That's pretty cool. That card does a lot of things. I'm definitely going to put -2 cost on Mortal Entrapment. That seems really helpful. And now we don't have any worry of not getting to 100 shards. We're also going to remove 2 dregs, I think, at this point. I actually don't mind losing one of these drip falls. Feels like I don't need to. Especially since I have Mortal Entrapment. Although being able to stack more days is quite nice. Drafts don't burn out if the imp burns out. That's correct. That's correct. Random consumable card from the Melting Remnant, Stygian Guard, or Wormkin. Oh man. Consumable card, you say? Well, heck. I think this can only give you certain types of consumable card, though. Right, this is only the bottle type cards or something? So this should be the spell weakness Stygian card, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't remember what Worm King gets you. The return consume card. What is it? So yeah. Oh no, Frostbite. That's the other one this can be. Well, I don't want Frostbite, so I'll take 10 gold. Frostbite is just damage per turn. Pretty small amounts at this point in the run. Is there any other unit upgrades that I want? We can't get Endless again. I could get Burnout 1 again, though. Although I'm not sure I actually care for that either. More angry. Next up is Cursefell. Gross. I don't like Cursefell very much. But I don't think it's going to matter very much either. Next up, Merchants of Magic, and then Merchants of Magic. Perfect. Oh, this deck is going to be incredible by the time we're done. Just incredible. Alright, lady. This is definitely a fight where setting up on the bottom can be wise. Every wave during this fight, Absolvers are going to enter the train. And their goal is to add stinky curses forever. Team of Zambonis, you want me to come up with a dad joke in a time like this? I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Although if I were to come up with any, it would be very impressive. Thanks to my impeccable sense of humor and timing. But I know that making such puns isn't very important. I'm improvising, after all. Hey there, Rekka. Best of luck. Speedy recovery to you. Multi-track punning. So it can be done. Alright, the play is as follows. Ooh, na, na. Ooh, na, na. So I could daze to prevent this. I think I'm just going to have to play the Ultimate Penance here. Now there's 2 of them? Oh dear. Now that's a real problem. Oh, I also barely have any room at the moment. Trouble, trouble. I think you're fine here, yeah? go in front. It's only 1 damage, though. Well, we're going to have a lot of curses in our hand next turn, unfortunately. But the statues are gone. That's the good news. It burns! Oh no. Oh, it burns. Yikes. Good news is, though, that we're finally through. We're going to be killing both of these on this turn. The statue's going to be dying. We get our extra capacity down below. We'll take some pyre damage. I have to play some of these cards, but overall, this is not actually bad. Even though it looks pretty bad. Fall 2. You're going here. This is important. And I think I have to play some combination of these penance cards at this point. We'll take a little bit of pyre damage here, we'll take a little bit of pyre damage here, but this is cleared. This is being dealt with. There'll only be 1 curse in my hand next turn. Yeah, this is within acceptable parameters, let's say. And it's both better in terms of draw-wise and damage-wise to play 2 Weight of Contritions than 1 Ultimate Penance, so I'll play 2. Got plenty of health to spare. Yeah, Flicker's Lickers certainly would have been nice here. I do regret not buying it. My horn breaks. Unsummoned. Ooh. Get him? The line here. Hornbreak Queen Zimpling here. That lines up too well. And then down here we're gonna play you again. Back cards I don't have the ability to use right now. Maybe I should have returned to Imp in a Box to see if we get the Energy Imp before I did that. This is fine. And we won't play anything up top. So close. Oh! Curses, they sting. Are there any cards that restore pyre health? Yes, the Bone Dog we actually saw earlier this run, as well as a few artifacts that can do it as well. getting played. This needs to get played, right? Basically. Okay. I'll draw some of those again. Important part is making sure we're still scaling properly here. This big 180 health guy I'm a little bit worried about right now. Should not have let him get to the top. Ow. Not much I can do now. Shoot. Understand. Are we dead? No. We are certainly not. Not if I have anything to say about it. You got this, impish scholar. Give me that back. Okay. He'll hurt us, but we are absolutely not dead. Definitely putting the pyre plating to work, though. Stop. Okay, finally we're killing everything on the bottom. About time. What about this? Right. 972. Spicy. She's got spell shield, but not damage shield. So I can give her 3 days with mortal entrapment if I use a Queen's Inkling here. Okay, that's looking a lot better. What else do we have? That Inkling. Tuned Explosive is vaguely useful. Additional Dazed is quite nice. Put you in there too. GG. GG fell. Oh, even got plus $5 from our champ dying. Good, good. Excellent. Devourer of Death. Gains soul upon harvest. Unleashes it as damage when killed. Kind of like a charging up spirit bomb of sorts. Very unusual creature. Need infusion too. Extinguish deal 15 to all is kind of cool. Sacrificial Resurrection can be a very strong card, allowing you to delete your hand and turn it into a superpowered draft. That's right. Cards that are consumed are eligible for reform. So if you consume cards in your hand that are units, you can reform those units then. Even if that unit is endless, indeed. There's definitely some possibility here. We feel like we need a bit more damage output at the moment. Devourer of Death Infusion could help with that too, giving us some area damage. But I might just use a Queen's Impling Infusion for that. Skip here. Energy draw or capacity. Actually, taking initial capacity feels really good. Our draw is already like getting maxed out sometimes because of our ability to generate additional units in hand. And I think just having a little bit more room to get started is going to really help us. And we also get to choose a divine artifact for our next combat, giving us just a bit of a bonus for one fight, or I could decline it for 25 gold. 50% chance to deal 10 when an enemy unit enters the train. That's pretty funny. Just bonk everything instantly? Yeah, that's fun. We'll set up bottom in that fight. It'll be a good time. It's gonna be a really good time. Get offered 10 magic power and piercing as well. Is there anything that we could put that on? Mortal entrapment, technically. Actually, speaking of mortal entrapments, might be able to do something very abusive. At a minimum, we absolutely need to meet these horn breaks to be free, or I'm not going to be able to play them properly. I find like Mortal Entrapment Consume. It's an intriguing option. Oh, it's attuned too? Oh my god. Let me make this card with 3 upgrade slots. Let's put Retain on Wicked Blaze so that I always have it. Retain on one of the Drip Falls is also decent too. Let's put on one of the Drip Falls. I'm going to reroll these. Oh, we could Eternal Stone remove Consume off of one of the horn breaks. Wait, do we have a -2 cost adjustment in here? No. Spell Chain. I don't want to Spell Chain any of this. Okay, so I won't be paying for that, probably. Nothing else eligible here. Want to do this. What does Spell Chain do? Creates a new copy of the card when you play it, and that new copy costs 1 more than the original. Actually, making this Hornbreak Spell Chain is rather interesting at this time. That's going to cost me a lot of energy, though. That, and I think Welder Helper might go, based on how this has gone. Although... No, actually, now that I have the horn breaks, just lose the last drag. We're going to go further down the accumulator line to get better stat gain on Harvest for our champ. Am I sacking a unit into a unit here? Could make a super impling. I think that would be a nice way to chug through enemies here. Let's do that. The infusion of the Queen's Impling is a summon deal 40. So the combined unit here is summon deal 10 twice, deal 40 twice, or total 100 damage thanks to Ashes of the Fallen whenever this imp is summoned. So we're going to be able to use these now powerful sources of damage to chunk through the high health foes in the late game. We've got 300 health frontliners in the last couple battles, and we have mini bosses in the last Divinity that have about 700 health. We need ways to kill them. I put it on the rage unit because I wanted to be able to remember which one had the infusion, so I just made it one super imp for my own convenience. Was that optimal? I don't know. No idea. Not worried about it. I could pay for one more card purge, but we're actually almost out of good purges here. I think we'll just save the rest of this money so that we can have a ton of cash for the final Merchant of Trinkets. I'm hoping we can find double extinguish at that time. Spell shield 2, but the horn breaks are piercing, so give me 400 bucks. Piercing ignores spell shield. But it only works if the unit is already damaged. Oh. Well, that's convenient. Alright, we said we wanted to set up on the bottom because of the Divine Infused Mallet, too. Good. Definitely should have taken Flicker's Liquor, by the way. Did I want him dazed? I'm actually not sure. Doesn't matter now. I love this thing. It's so good. The damage. Alright, you're endless now. Have fun. Also, get completely hacked. Don't want to use the Mortal Entrapment. Put him back on the bottom? You're already not dying. Because he's already dazed too. Well, keep him dazed then. Day 6, the Pirate can now kill him. The Thorns working in my favor here. Kind of. Wow, okay. few in here. You're not damaged, unfortunately. Kill you the hard way this way. Yep. This one's dead already, so we just need to summon you. Perfect. Anyone like else like Endless? Yeah, you can have it. Well, maybe I want to leave that unplayed or I'll keep getting it back. Which can be a bit of a problem. Dude. Hello there. What's that? You're all damaged. It's mighty convenient. All of that is good. You are a problem, though. Please go down one floor. That'll explode on him next turn. He's dead to the pyre. What does Cardless do? Cardless means the unit does not have an associated card. And that means that, for example, there's no card to represent it in the consume pile, and it cannot be reformed. Or any similar effect, is usually what that means. Alright, time for the big guy. We have 329 health on Rector Flicker. It's actually not enough, thanks to these stinky guys in the back, but I think we can actually solve that by just killing them with, all of our Inferno Imps are here. Interesting. I think we play this then. Back Hornbreak and Mortal Entrapment. We actually want to Hornbreak you. Then Reform it. Play it here. That wipes out those, and now the boss is damaged. Or actually, no, he's not, because he had armor, right? Did not count as damaging him. But he's dead, so GG. Push boss to back also would have worked there, too. Bonk. GG. GG. Ooh, cards that scale with unit deaths. We have quite a few of those, actually. I rather like Fatal Melting as an option then, although I think we'll struggle to pay 2 cost for it. I'm going to include it here to make an AoE damage equal to 3 times the number of friendly unit deaths. We'll see what that ends up being. And I will take a Pyre Chomper because gain 4 energy is very helpful. And I miss my Flicker's Liquor. I think the Sacrifice Imp card was also very nice there. There is a lot of text in this game. I think the one kind of tip I can give is that you don't need to do really any math or even need to necessarily understand all the effects in order to play or win Monster Train. Very much a game that's solved by recognizing the broad patterns rather than the minutiae. Oh, here we go. Hell's Banners and Encased Ember. 5 Ember when a Tomb unit dies. So if Entombed Explosive dies, I gain 5 Ember. Unfortunately, I got rid of the Remnant Host. So I guess I'll just go Flicker's, Hell's Banners. 3 energy the second time we summon a unit during our turn. Should be plenty to work with. I don't need this also. A Volatile Gauge. Draw a non-champ card, its cost is randomized. Faulty Loader makes the first wave easier to kill. I think that could be good for getting started here. And our last look. Ooh, Unbroken Horn lets us conserve energy between turns. That'll be all we needed to actually be able to play every unit all the time. And that could make the Snecko Eye analog actually pretty good too. If I have Unbroken Horn, we're more able to take Volatile Gauge. Emenergy. Yeah, that. So we would get 3 more draw each turn. That would bring us to 9 base draw, which actually means that Rector Flicker will fail to generate 2 units because we're going to have our hand too full. So no, I'm not going to do that. But I will take the Faulty Loader. I will lose one of these Implings. I'm actually tempted to lose the Wicked Blaze. Lose 2 Implings. And then create another Super Impling. Double Baron is an option, although I've got the double Harvest already. I don't need 3 Harvesters. I could double the Impish Scholar. That just seems ridiculous. What about double Mortal Entrapment? That's a super powerful card to be duping. But it only works on units that are already damaged. Rugzer says, I was wondering if you were using the Armor Imp much. Currently, no, but I think it might have good utility in Last Divinity. That's kind of what I'm feeling at the moment. Alright, I feel like this is my best dupe, actually, is this Impling. To give us frontline damage. A way to deal with the mini-bosses in the Last Divinity. I'm not worried about Last Divinity themselves. I think TLD is going to have Infinite Dazed, which is just going to make it completely irrelevant. And I don't even know what to spend money on now. I guess I'll reroll here. Anything I want to remove Consume from? Yes, actually. Wait, no. Yeah, I don't want this card to come back in my hand over and over again. But I could just not play it, right? Add consume to that. These two, might as well. I've got extra energy now, so I'm willing to invest a little bit in these. Okay, that should do us for the last couple fights. Bottled of Envenom, Bottled Finisher, Ninja Scroll. That sounds like a fun time, Badozes. Sounds like a really fun time. Alright, Seraph here. Summons, causes our units to be sapped, reducing their damage each turn, which could make it difficult for us to accumulate kills, but I think we'll figure it out just fine. I think this is a fight to go top floor setup here. Dad joke, not now. Can't you tell I'm busy, vacation? We've got Seraph to fight. That Ember Drain won't be a problem, thanks to our conserved energy. We do want to make sure we're getting some harvest, so I don't want to kill things too early. Here, you guys can have rage. You are. So, weakening things so that we can kill them all on the top floor is the name of the game here. Well, something is happening. It certainly seems ridiculous. That guy's so strong. Does things get a bonus when they kill? Yikes. That's funny. Alright, we need to damage Seraph so that I can start mortally entrapping him. I have 22 Ember, by the way. I'm not sure how that happened, but here we are. Oh, no. This seems nice. These do even more. Like this. It seems to be going well. To the back. Again. You're dead too. All right. I'd say this is going pretty well now. Actually, don't want more imps. Here, you're endless now. Here are more days. Dang. Oh, I know for a Waxen Spike what I would give right now. Let's see here. We've actually got some stuff I need to deal with. There we go. Rage, please. Yes, there is a Monster Train version of the ice cream. It's the Unbroken Horn, which is a Hellhorned only relic, so you can only get it if you're Red Clan. But it's good. It's real good. $16 taste. It's a little excessive. Oh, whoops. Did this guy survive? He totally did. I missed that. Ow. Okay, triple checking then. Yeah, I see him in the back there, not dying. How rude. How dare you? Days. Yikes. Better make it 25. Just to be sure. Dazed for days. And that's definitely how we're going to beat Last Divinity, is with something very, very similar to that. Although I may take advantage of Last Divinity's sweep on the top floor to intentionally get my units killed. At least during some of the earlier waves here. The Last Divinity exists on every floor and has different stats on each of them. It's a multi-attack in the middle, sweep hitting all units up top, which is super deadly, and trample overkill damage on the bottom. Bottom's the least overall threatening. Middle is the highest damage output to the front. Top is hitting every unit, which makes it scary. But that's okay. That is okay. Yeah, I'm going to intentionally not... I mean, not that we have the choice to dazed or not dazed here. Those will both get reformed next turn, which is ideal. So I don't want this Queen's Implant to do that. You're going to die down here. And then Horn Breaks. I want these units to die up top so that I scale. So I guess I'll just play these here for now. Let's do some damage to the overall health pool of the boss. I could think about doing some weakening to these enemies. I think that's a pretty good idea. All right, it's harvesting time. Perfect, and Fatal Melting is even here for massive area damage on this turn. Goods. Very goods. And in the Reform pool, we also have a Super Queen's Implant again. Speaking of harvesting, yeah, there's the enemy floor that has harvest. Well, I might use the Drip Fall on this guy to pull him out of this wave. Or we could perhaps just, like, snipe him with Mortal Entrapments. But I need to make sure this floor dies, first and foremost. Who wants to be endless here? Burn out 2. Was that still fine? And that way this thing will always have enough health, since it's endless, it won't get reformed anymore, and will always have low enough health that the divinity kills it. Good. And rage, good, also. Daze the divinity down here. Spell shift. Down there. Of course, that puts harvest onto this wave, but I think that's less bad than this wave. One thing at a time. There's our Mortal Entrapment. Spell Shield, Spell Shield, Spell Shield. Still want the Divinity to keep sweeping up top. We'll probably use this on somebody else then. Yeah, you can get to the Pyre, that's fine. Also. Okay, no more harvesting. Pop up there. Use it here then. I think this is going pretty well. This is mildly concerning. Buy myself more time. Not what I'm looking for in this moment. Okay. Does this work? Actually, I don't think it's going to, so I'm going to trust it to do this way instead. Make sure we're actually doing damage with that. A little bit of player damage to that wave. Now it's the mini-boss that we have to have an answer to. Double Queen's Implings here will do a lot of the work for us. I think it's time to maybe daze the Divinity here. Too many imps. There's too many imps. So I think if we daze Divinity, that allows these 2 units to attack and he'll die, right? Yes, okay. Okay. That means this is going well. I believe. Second mini-boss. Not that big of a problem. Fatal Melting now does 100 damage. Whew. Talk about spicy. I'm at the 7-unit limit. That's actually an interesting problem. And I can't get anything gone, so I guess I'll just play you here for this turn. Get back my cards. If I want to keep Divinity Days now, I think it might be time. Just start using the damage of the rage, yeah. By putting so many units down, though. That's probably fine. Alright, some chunkitude survives here. It's just reasonable, though. This guy in the back barely does any damage. Spell shield, so I won't be able to do the damage with Immortal Entrapments. What else have I got? The Reform Pool. Queen's Implane. Not a lot of use here. But sure, I'll stun the guy in the back. Prevents him from getting through. More damage to you. I think we'll actually hit the pyre a couple times. Only a couple. Good. In fact, I'm actually going to drip fall one of these drafts. I can play Scholar here. Good. Yeah, these things down at bottom are a problem too. More rage. I can't play them. So we'll get a few curses added to our hand next turn. Not a big deal here. Oh, and I can get a Molting Imp back. Perfect. Hit him. This is not the end, or is it? GG, Last Divinity. You did not win this fight. Today. GG. Just gonna put the guys in the back there. GG. That's all she wrote. What a fun run this was. Constantly reforming our imps. for massive effect. This Queen's Tale was certainly a big part of the success of this run, with that 1 draw and 1 energy on most turns. GG. However, lost a Monster Train run by playing cards needlessly. I think I've done that against the Living Armor boss. That's the easiest boss to do it against, the one that gains strength whenever you damage them. If you play Plink against that boss, you're gonna have a bad time. GG. GG. So good. New record for imps played, 174. Well, there you go. GG. That was the most impressive run I've ever seen. GG. GG. Alrighty, I think that was a lovely warm-up. We're gonna switch things over to some Spire at this stage. Get a couple more kills before I head on out for my weekend. Or, well, yeah, for my weekend, let's call it. What are we at? 57? 58? 58. That one. I was going to take a bit of a break here, refill the legs, stretch the water, as we switch on over to some Slay the Spire for the second half of broadcast. What a fun run that was. I agree, Beddoes. I think what makes Monster Train a little difficult to watch at times is it's a combination of a lot of factors. The numbers the game numerical scale the game operates at isn't conducive to back of the napkin math, which makes it a lot less watchable, I think. The overall color palette of the game does it a disservice compared to the more easy on the eyes look of Slay the Spire. Just kind of a lot busier going on, a lot of more keywords to keep track of, a lot of little icons that aren't easily distinguished. For example, if you're watching on a smaller screen, I don't think it's easy to distinguish between the various buffs that your units can have, or the various triggered effects, those purple circle icons that enemies can have. And that all contributes to making it a bit less watchable overall. We will be back on Tuesday, that's right, Prankster. So this is our last stream until Tuesday the 22nd. Rigid in pathing. Yeah, it's on rails, almost, as an experience. Almost. We had our lovely Overexplain Watcher run yesterday. This was fun to make. Ended up with a very strong wish-centric deck, wishing for strength a lot. I didn't focus too much on wishing for money in this educational run. We said we just did a lot of damage. Bonked Champ, bonked Time Eater, bonked the Heart. It was a good time. It's a really good time. This bag of preparation really fueled this run to be very consistent. Very good first relic. That means Ironclad is up to bat, and we'll be playing with him as our first Spire run today. But before that happens, it's break time. So I'll be back in 5 or so minutes after refreshing myself, and when that happens, we'll play some Spire. BRB, everybody. Alrighty then. We have returned. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Now, we slay. And how do we? Ooh, Ventrellis. Trying to get the Who Needs Relic achievement, but kept getting vanquished by Act 3 elites that you could not avoid. That's tough. Are you trying on Ascension 0 to reduce the elite presence on the map? That'd be my one question in that regard. If not, if you already are doing that, then oof. Tough luck. And keep trying. But if you haven't tried that, it can make it a lot more likely that you can avoid elites entirely in Act 3. Transform 2 is a fun start. What we got here? Late Burning Elite. Interesting store position, too. What do you transform on Ironclad? 2 strikes or 1 strike, 1 defend? Fighting Guardian, 2 strikes. Yeah, let's do it. Dark Embrace and Anger. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Anger is great as a 0-cost attack, while Dark Embrace gives us bonus card draw whenever a card is exhausted. One of the cards that I end up very frequently incorporating into my engine, so to speak, on Ironclad. My core strategy for victory. And also quite useful against at least one of the 3 elites in Act 1. There's a heck of a lot of Ironclad cards that say exhaust, so I don't doubt that we will be able to find good stuff to combo with this Dark Embrace. Let's start out here, give ourselves some branching options. We can go to an elite, fire, shop, not shop, anything we wish. Let's see, max damage next turn. 6, 6, 12. 1 minus 18. It's 13, right? That's right. So, best case scenario, I'm just shy of a kill. And that's fine, because we can tank a little bit of damage anyway. I try to stay at full health by not playing either of the 2-cost cards there. Might have been correct instead to play the Bash and take 7. But no, this was good. We made the correct choice. And I love me a Pommel Strike. Cleave as our first area damage card could be worthwhile considering, although I'm less inclined to need it against the Sentries fight because we have the Dark Embrace. Still could be good against a hard pool combat like the 4 Gremlins or 5 Slimes. Cleave is a nice no-nonsense card. Good early pickup for Ironclad. But I have to say, Pommel Strike, card draw overall is going to go great with this Anger. And if we can leverage further card draw with Dark Embrace, we can very easily get to a very silly place. I too can see why Dark Embrace was once a rare. I'm still of the opinion that swapping the rarity of Corruption in Dark Embrace was actually a buff to both cards. Dark Embrace because it's now easier to get multiple copies of, and Corruption because it's easier to find 1 copy of. See, the thing is, rare cards are less likely to be encountered than uncommons are, but the pool of rare cards is smaller than the pool of uncommon cards. So the chance that a given rare card is Corruption is higher than the chance that a given uncommon card is Dark Embrace, or, repeat that for any other pair of rare and uncommon card for any character. And the thing is also true. You're more likely to see a particular rare than you are to see a particular uncommon. Just by virtue of the size of each card pool. Guess we bop this one? I don't think it matters much. Double Bite, thank you for the Prime sub. And for keeping it cozy. Or welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, rather. Next week, I'll thank you for keeping it cozy. Apparently, defense cards are the thing. Disarm is particularly nice with the Dark Embrace, lowering the strength of an enemy, whereas Shrug and Flame Barrier are just no nonsense here. Flame Barrier has the virtue of also doing damage back, which I really do appreciate. All of these are also really good against our Act Boss, the Guardian, including the Flame Barrier. Flame Barrier is a card I really like to upgrade, because you're getting +4 block and more return damage, which can be quite a bit, up to +30 damage against Heart for an upgraded Flame Barrier. This is also a card that can, like, overall does 90 damage to the Heart if played on one of those multi-attack turns, which can be also very, very spicy. And the Flame Barrier is a lot better against the elites of this act as well. I'm going to grab Flame Barrier. I think I have not taken that card often enough lately, and I want it right now. A flambe, as Teak would call it. If you missed it, we had some co-op Stardew Valley with Sneaky Teak yesterday, which was some delightfully cozy times. Got to Skull Caverns, and everybody except me died almost instantly. I could actually upgrade this Searing Blow 4 times. That's funny. Searing Blow is a card that says can be upgraded any number of times, but does it mean you should upgrade it any number of times? Not necessarily, I would say. That said, each upgrade is stronger than the last, and some of the most fun and, for me, most easy runs that I've had have involved a Searing Blow getting upgraded a bunch. It definitely feels unnecessary compared to upgrading like Flame Barrier, Dark Embrace, Pommel Strike, and the kind of efficient combo deck we can have from there. I don't think this is quite right. It's close though. Searing Blow +4 is pretty powerful going into Act 2. If we can pull it off, we've got good health with which to do so off the start. Thanks to a really favorable transform too. But no, I don't think I will. Don't think that I will. Here's a question. Do I go to this shop and remove a card? Probably not going to this shop, because I'd rather get the extra fire or take out the Burning Elate, probably. I think that's what I'll probably try to do. Just opt for one less upgrade, get the Burning Elate. So that would be a good time to remove a card here. Okay, I think that's going to be my choice. Or buy an on-sale Immolate. That also seems pretty good. Okay, I'm sold. Second Dark Embrace, anybody? Let's bop. Hello? Bopping? There it is. And I'm going to always take a headbutt in a situation like this. Let's just put the Immolate or the Flame Barrier or Anger, whatever we have energy for, back on top of the deck. Headbutt is, I think, especially nice because it's a card that really doesn't need an upgrade. And in fact, helps you use your other upgraded cards more often. Actually bash over Dark Embrace here. Okay. This Blue Heart Potion is an Ironclad only potion, which might be why you've never seen it before. It's the rare potion that's exclusive to Ironclad. Fuck. Fortunately, putting that back on top won't immediately kill, so... Please headbutt the anger? Because this does another 40-ish. That won't be enough. Perfect. Currently going to 54. This brings it to 49, 45. That would be in kill range of Immolate. Let's do a little bit more damage here. Because we would like to kill on this turn if possible. And we do just barely get there. Cool. -2 health from a Lagavulin fight on floor 7 is a pretty good outcome, if I have to say so myself. We get +1 strength, which is going to really start to kick up the spice on all of these attack cards. This Ironclad run is off to a really powerful start. Spanky Peep, what a name, what a player. Thanks so much for 4 months of keeping it cozy. Do I want to add a Twin Strike here, just for a little bit more no-nonsense targeted damage? I don't feel like I need it. I've got Headbutt, Pommel Strike, and Anger for single targets. Hey, Styra, did you hear about the Ironclad who got a job as an intern? He was fired for constantly being immolate. If we're lucky, we can draw into the Flame Barrier here. But probably we're just going to take a bunch of damage to the face, and that's okay as an Ironclad. Wait, whoops. That was not the correct hotkey. Well, that was going to be the turn anyway, so... Good. He was Fiend fired. Oof. Don't really need a Whirlwind when we have Immolate already, but I'll add 1 Shrug to this deck, I suppose. I don't think the Dex Potion's all that good. Shrug will help us a lot for the Guardian fight later on. A Centennial Puzzle will give us 3 draw the first time we lose health each combat. Almost an inevitability with Ironclad, and I think an excellent, excellent card draw relic overall. Very good start to our relic collection here. And we are going to indeed path towards the Burning Elite here. Our next upgrade will be this Flame Barrier. Gonna get the 2 cost cards upgraded. Generally speaking in Spire, you want to upgrade your best cards rather than trying to increase the quality of lower quality cards or build towards any kind of average. That's because of the cards you draw, you're only going to play the best ones. So the best cards are the most likely to get played. And therefore... the most likely to benefit from the upgrade. They also often tend to have the strongest upgrades, which can be very useful. I can... yeah, basically guarantee Immolate draw next turn, so let's just keep Flame Barriering here. Get some easy health back from this fight. Perfect Red Slaver, pretty much entirely off the back of Flame Barrier Plus. Pretty cool. can almost get behind a Warcry. Warcry is 0-cost draw we can use in conjunction with Headbutt. It's a little bit of manipulation to put stuff on top. It can be upgraded for additional draw. And it does kind of work with Dark Embrace. It gives me some ability to manipulate. It's a do-nothing card in some circumstances, but I'm going to incorporate it here. And we're going to continue to path towards the Burning Elite. Come on, Immolate. Oh, Flame Barrier will do. Completely blocking these nerds. Easy peasy like. And 7/7. So I can actually only get one of them here. You. Another Flame Barrier. Oh, you're right. I could have played 2 attacks to kill the middle one and used the headbutt to kill the front or back one. It didn't click with me for some reason. But yes, that was possible. Clothesline's also a reasonable incorporation here, but I have to really be willing to upgrade it for the 3rd turn of Weaken. 3 weak is very notably like an entire attack cycle of the hearts. Just long enough to be really relevant against a lot of foes. Is Flame Barrier not too defensive? I don't think so. We've got a pretty good assortment of attacks here, some additional draw, and notably, Flame Barrier is an attack and a block card kind of at the same time. Although if you're not getting attacked, of course it won't do anything. But I don't really consider Flame Barrier as passive as other block cards. Could actually do a shocking amount of damage in a lot of situations. And I'm in a Flame Barrier mood, actually. So yeah, let's grab a second one. I think that makes this Distilled Chaos pretty good, as we've got a lot of expensive cards now. This is a toasty deck. However, this is a bit of a scary draw against the Gremlin Knob. I think, however, because we have a Distilled Chaos and a Headbutt, I have nothing to fear. Also have a lot of health. Well, that's certainly a draw order. One of the risks of adding too many block cards, really? Okay, okay. You don't say. Well, that tells me that I'm guaranteed to hit attack cards with Distilled Chaos now. That's funny. Good news is I'm going to have a buttload of card draw next turn. I think I'm going to open this with a Shrug. To actually see the top card, it's Bash. That's hype. Alright. Bash, now Distilled Chaos. Headbutt. Anger, actually. Draw the Anger immediately. Yes. Although, ow. And then I'm going to draw that again, also. And then he's super dead to Immolate. Like, super dead. Or I can just play Anger, Anger, Pommel Strike, Strike. Heck. Disarm is back. We've seen 3 Dark Embraces. When we're talking earlier, uncommon means you're more likely to see multiple copies of this particular card. And yeah, 3 Dark Embraces, this act alone. I will happily incorporate a Disarm at this time. Disarm will be excellent against Guardian. Pretty good upgrade right now. And pretty good going into Act 2 also. Good for Book of Stabbing, good for Snake Plants. And Dark Embrace benefits from multiple copies a lot more than Corruption does, a card that doesn't even stack with itself. That's right. Hey, here's an example of just take the damage to get the Golden Idol. We've got way more than the health we require to defeat Guardian here. I think we'll even do so rather comfortably. So there's no need to take any max health loss. We can just farm extra money from everything, starting from here on out. And a great example of what we can get done with Warcry here. I can put Immolate on top for bonus damage with Bash here. That's what I'll do. That way we don't get hit next turn. There will put a burn into the deck, which is a little unfortunate. I guess I could also block for 21, but heck no. Please put a Shrug back on top. Flame Barrier disarm next turn. Flame Barriers will actually be a really sizable source of damage during this fight. Don't want to be playing attacks while it's curled up like that. It's a bad time. Not the correct turn for Flame Barrier yet, though. We might have to play Immolate again, or just get hit again. These, I think, are my current options. Feels like Dark Embrace really needs a cost upgrade. Getting a little bit flooded with Angers here. It's not the worst thing in the world. That's gonna hurt next turn. Actually, that means I want to take some damage this turn. But I can draw more cards next turn. So let's go Dark Embrace, Defend. Intentionally take 2. Make this turn maybe a little less painful? Yeah, a little bit less painful. But we're likely to get Flame Barriers for the multi-hit next turn, so that's nice. I'll just let all those go. Heck. Oh, there we go. Good. Get him. Give him the spice. Okay, peak Angers are starting to happen, but we can play the Immolate again now to finish off this fight without too much fear. Does 43 damage. That's not quite enough. Next time we see it. Could even headbutt that Flame Barrier if I'm willing to take 2 damage. I think I am. Didn't need it though. GG. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Get some bonus cash, a liquid bronze, and you'll love to see an offering when you have a Centennial puzzle. This offering says draw 6 cards if I haven't taken damage yet. And that allows us to play so many things. Works really well with our Immolates. Just an accelerator card, I like to think. This Juggernaut's not that bad either. Lets us turn our very passive block cards into damage, but I think Juggernaut works best when you can do lots of small block numbers rather than a few big block numbers, like we're doing with our flame barriers here. Second, Immolate feels unnecessary. We'd rather just be able to draw this one more reliably with the Headbutt and by getting our Dark Embrace successfully in play. So let's grab this Offering. I think it's going to really light some fire under us. And I think this deck would also massively, massively benefit from additional energy, which makes me pretty inclined to go with a Fusion Hammer here. Fusion Hammer prevents you from upgrading, so that means you are always resting. And that can be okay, as long as you're able to use the energy to play a lot of cards, as long as you've already gotten a few important cards upgraded, and as long as you can benefit your deck in some other way than by visiting rest sites. And I think we can very reasonably do that here. Otherwise, it's a choice between Calling Bell and Tiny House, and I have to say neither of those are very appealing here. I really like the ability to play two of our 2-cost cards in one turn. Dark Embrace, Flame Barrier Immolate, Bash Immolate, any of that is really, really nice. Dark Embrace minus feels bad, but consider, is there that much of a difference between having a 1-cost Dark Embrace with 3 energy per turn versus a 2-cost Dark Embrace with 4 energy per turn? Not really, I don't think. I'm not too worried about the lost energy upgrade, and we may yet find a way to make it plus. Or we may find other copies of upgraded cards. With the Fusion Hammer, we do want to avoid rest sites a little bit more often than usual, tending more towards elite heavy paths, which we are extremely capable at defeating. We have area damage for Slavers and Gremlin Leader. We have Disarm to shut down the Book of Stabbing. So we're in great shape here. And one of these 3 elite paths hits a late shop right before the boss. That's what I want. Roll into that shop with like 400 gold. And we can talk business. Any other things I need to consider here in terms of which way we're headed? I want to get 3 elites and this store, and the only way to do that is this way. Okay. Settles it for me. Baseball. This fight could hurt a bit, depending on our draws here. Headbutting Pummel Strike really helps me, though. Artifact means the Disarm does nothing of merit. I don't think that I need Dark Embrace before I play this. Okay. I guess I'll play the Dark Embrace. Fair enough. We get a bunch of bonus draw. We shouldn't need to use the Offering, I don't think. Well, hold on. Got 29 from Immolate. No, I can't turn this into a kill. Well then, maybe I am using Offering. We play Offering, we take 6 more. The other option is Flame Barrier, maybe Double Defend, but I really feel like it should be Flame Barrier Immolate, and that would be take 10. I'd rather just play the Offering. Take a little bit more. Okay, not too bad. Another Pummel Strike. Forever unupgraded is a little bit less appealing. With the Fusion Hammer, it's most likely that we don't want to take unupgraded cards. There'll be a few that we would take, like I would take a Shockwave, unupgraded as a quick example, or a Feel No Pain. But for common cards, I don't really think so. Just attack cards in general, I don't think so. Alright, another case of very useful Offering immediately. I might go Flame Barrier, Headbutt it, and then Offering into it again. Although we might as well draw the Flame Barrier Plus or the Disarm. Still seems great, so let's do it. Draw 1 million cards, please. Okay, get disarm next turn. It's likely to multi-attack me next turn, too, which should be good. Indeed. And some spice. Flame Barrier just doing all the work here. Good job, Flame Barrier. If we felt like we needed some more area damage, we could take Combust. Combust is problematic with Centennial Puzzle, though. They have kind of a negative interaction in that Combust happens at the end of your turn, you draw 3 cards, and then you discard them. Bad times. Am I still sure I want to go this way? I can always opt out of the second elite if I feel like I've been too badly wounded. We'll be fine. Hey, upgrade a card in our deck, or we can take the Warp's Tongues, which upgrade a random card every turn. I think we should just take advantage of our one-time upgrade. The Pain Curse would be stuck with us for some very important fights. Although the Pain would draw us 3 cards, I don't want it to draw us... I don't want to have to take damage too many times. So what I'm going to do here, I think, is upgrade this Dark Embrace. Make it nice in 1 cost. And then we have a much easier time getting it in play against important targets here. 6 times 6, 36. Oh boy. You done goofed, bird. You done goofed. There's Dark Embrace. Okay. With Dark Embrace, we needn't really be afraid of the Chosen too much. Does how much damage? Quite a bit. I want to get a Dazed into my hand. Yeah, there we go. I draw 1 more card here. Good. That worked out. With the Feel No Pain, with the Dark Embrace, a Reckless Charge is worth maybe thinking about here, as we can draw cards from Dazed. Yeah, let's incorporate 1 here. I also love this Explosive Potion, more than the Liquid Bronze, which is nice for Book of Stabbing, but we have many counters to Book of Stabbing. Many, many, many counters to Book of Stabbing. And many counters to Plant of Stabbing, too. Such as Flame Barrier, Loose. Such as Disarm Plus. Can't draw the Flame Barrier again this turn without using the Offering. I don't want to play the Offering in this fight, as I think we've already won it. I want to do it with style. Toasty. Dual wield could make a copy of a card. It's just one copy, though, for one energy. Copy of a power or attack. Mostly good for Dark Embrace copying, but I think it would be pretty hard to draw them together. First elite's going to be Gremlin Leader. We drew Immolate and Flame Barrier relevantly on turn 1. That is cool. Right there. I don't really think I could have asked for a better turn 1 here than this. We even get to take minuscule damage on purpose to draw cards. And then more damage on purpose to draw more cards. Which I will do, because I'm going to heal after this fight anyway. At that rest site. We'll go into another elite fight. Is having multiple Dark Embraces a good idea? Yes. I would love to have more copies so that I can draw them earlier. And because draw 2 per exhaust is still actually really good. It'd be even more card draw. Akabeko is great, making our first attack do 8 more damage. Rupture is an interesting way to try to scale strength, but without the possibility of upgrade, feels pretty weak. Somewhat true of the Inflame, too. Thunderclap was also, like, vaguely takeable. But only vaguely. Alright, next up, the 3 Slavers. Ow. Don't suppose there's any chance the top card is Immolate. Oh, that works, though. Drawing this again anyway. Does Rupture work with burns? Yes, but only if you don't block the damage from burn. So you have to block for 0 to make it work, which is kind of bad. I don't think this is my Metallicize potion fight. We're going to let them damage us before I use the explosive potion, because it will heal me for 5. I'm going to deal 15 to the back guy here to take 5 more. Probably. But I might Akabeko Immolate? Alright, fine. I am drawing a lot of cards here. Alright, rewarded. We do get Akabeko Immolate. Blur. Well, this went well. Flame Barrier actually helped out quite a bit there, too, damage-wise. Omomori will protect us from curses. Shame we didn't see that before the Warp Tongs event. Do we ever take an unupgraded demon form? 2 strength per turn. Really not that much strength. We're fighting Champ? Ooh, okay, actually. That kind of seems like how we have to beat Champ, doesn't it? I don't really have a way to win this boss fight otherwise. Other than just, like... Actually, yeah, we'll slowly kill ourselves with Immolate. And I don't have real damage otherwise, so yes. Demon Form plus Anger is going to be the way that we beat our Act boss. Not my favorite way to strength scale, although we did see an Inflame that I skipped. So I have only myself to blame here, I suppose. I love Orichalcum. We enter turn without block, gain 6. Definitely helps with getting demon form in play sometimes. And I'm not in the mood to refuse relics at this moment. Honestly, I prefer demon form to inflame plus dual wield. It's less energy for more strength gain. Being attacked for 24 on turn 1 is not what you want to see in this fight, usually. It's okay. Early disarm is excellent. It's fine to not play that Dark Embrace right now. And then Flame Barrier Plus for this turn. It's going to be another singular attack turn next turn. So I would like to return the Shrug, I think. Oh, we did get Flame Barrier anyway. Well, that works for me. Ooh. No longer works for me. My barriers. Oh, good. We get a kill. Perfect. Well, that was a nice clean fight. Get even more energy with the Happy Flower. Every third turn, gain an energy. And a Reaper to go with Akabeko to go with Demon Form. That's pretty cool as a way to just keep ourselves topped up. I think it's a little bit redundant with Fusion Hammer, but with Demon Form, it's pretty hard to say no here. Could also maybe take armaments to be able to upgrade this Demon Form or specific other cards, but Hey there, Carson. I do not play any MTG, personally. One of 20 upgraded cards, feel no pain. I'm also down for spot weakness as additional strength gain. True Grit, that I can't upgrade. Oof. No Burning Pact here, right? That's correct. Okay, I'll go spot weakness then. Ooh. Can now skip cards for max HP. Very good, especially with Reaper. Basham Late Headbutt. 37 plus, what is it? 18? It's not enough. It has to be Basham if I want her to die. I don't think I need her to die, though. Because I have Orichalcum. Yeah, I can actually even go Disarm to take 0 here. But I'm not gonna. We're gonna go Immolate. Headbutt the Immolate on this guy. Actually, wait, I am going to take 0. Brilliant. And this is just a kill. Getting larger. Die now, though. Unupgradable blood for blood. Doesn't feel like it. Let's start gaining max health. See if we can make it to maybe 85 by the end of the run. Waffle would help with that. Could take a third Flame Barrier. We could play 3 attacks in 1 turn with Kunai. We could gain Dexterity. This doesn't feel like a deck that's able to do that very reliably, though. Would fire breathing make sense with the burns we're adding? I don't think we're adding enough statuses to our own deck to make the fire breathing do a meaningful amount of damage here. It's like a waste of money. Max HP is not a waste of money. Max HP is good stuff. So is card removal here. This deck would take a corruption, so I guess we don't want to lose defends, which means I want to remove strikes, but that's kind of bad for champ. Oh well. I think a little bit more max health is a perfectly fine thing to have. How do I feel about impatience? This is an interesting potential source of card draw here. Does really want an upgrade, but we can't give it one because Fusion Hammer. So that's a problem. Ace Tyra, I was going to come up with a dad joke for you based on noodles, but I think the time is pasta. I will take this waffle. Bomb is a fun option, damage-wise. Doesn't really work with our demon form, but is a nice thing to play for 2 energy. I think it is synergistic enough to be good for 184. Would not pay for a Warcry here. We have everything we need to get past champ. I think we should just take our money, and our boss relic, and our red key, and our max health, and go to Act 3. Headbutt the spot weakness. Warcry draws it again. This is why we put a Warcry in the deck. So, 7 strength on turn 1. Seems like we're off to a great start here. And we'll just let the anger... Oh yeah, I have an anger. I don't really care about removing strikes. I can always make more strikes if I need to. Dark Embrace down. All we have to do is wait a few turns for our strength to build up enough. Usually 10 strength is enough to beat champ, but 20 is definitely enough. We'll start by just lowering his health a bit. Not add any burns to ourselves yet, though. Now we've plenty of strength. We'll also be able to, using our Reaper, get back all of the health that we've lost before the fight ends. Let's just go double defense here. Toasty. Health per champ is 220. Turn after champ drops below half, he will become very aggressive. Or, well, he'll buff himself, and then 2 turns after he drops below half, he will execute us with all his mights. Unfortunately, I think he's going to miss the part where he actually gets to attack me. And instead, simply perish under the might of our attacks. We've done it now, apparently. What is it? Getting angry, that is. GG. GG. Alright, loaded up on cash. There's the corruption. to go with our Dark Embrace Plus, making all of our skills free, and most importantly, exhaust, meaning we'll draw another card when we play them. Second Offering could be a thing also, if we wanted to be able to play the skill cards that we have multiple times, but I think we can, in fights where that matters to us, we can simply delay playing this Corruption. Sacred Bark, Mark of Pain, or Runic Dome? Sacred Bark doubles the effectiveness of potions. 12 Metallicize is a pretty cool potion. Mark of Pain would give us more energy, but put wounds in the draw pile, making us lose out on card draws, essentially. Or Runic Dome, preventing us from seeing enemy intents, but giving us more energy. We already have pretty good energy generation. 4 base, plus the Happy Flower, plus Offering, plus all skills are free with Corruption. So I'm pretty inclined to go our non-downside option here, the Sacred Bark. Just make our potions twice as strong, and call it a day. We'll take this Essence of Steel to the heart if we can. 999 gold, anyone? We can get up to actually up to 4 elites this act, which we should consider. Although we might be a little scared of Reptomancer. Only a little. Yeah, what a narrow Act 3 overall, converging almost to a single point at the end. Still plenty of choices to make as we go, though. That is the incorrect time to draw a Reaper. But this, more than anything else, is a fight where I can just take a bunch of damage at the start, draw a Reaper later, and get all of the health back. Yeah. I could also just Immolate, Headbutt, Offering, Immolate, end the fight right now, but then we're down some health. I don't want to be down some health. I want to be health. Health our home. So I think this is Flame Barrier, Demon Form, Reckless Headbutt, Reckless. Yeah. Spot weakness, though. It's gotta be the Demon Form. And now we're gaining strength every turn, as well as having completely free skills. And that should allow us to control this fight for long enough. Killing the ones that are attacking us. I guess I'm blocking. 9, 9, 13. 31, right? Takes us to 68. That's almost a full heal. That's pretty good. They're both going to have block next turn. It's going to be rather difficult to do better than this. I'm just going to do it. Order. Oh well. Okay. Anger. Cut the anger. Draw the anger. Play the anger. Here we are. Pretty good. We're strength for 1 turn, kind of interesting. I don't think that's good enough to be worthwhile here. Clotheslines back. Gonna take max health, though. Glowing Tesseract is amazing with Singing Bowl. Worst case scenario, we skip these 3-card rewards, gain 6 max health. Best case scenario, I get some cards that I do actually really enjoy. Purity, Violence, both very spicy here. So is Panic Button as a one-time block solution. Love all these options. Good afternoon, Ignis Lupus. I'm going to take 3 cards. Although I gotta be careful, I only have so many cards in my deck. I can't just assume that we're gonna see Dark Embrace immediately. I'm also thinking about Bomb here with Corruption. That's a way to do some area damage. Spoonzo asks, when is Flash of Steel good? Flash of Steel good in decks with lots of strength? I would describe this one as pretty close to Flash of Steel being good. Or any deck that has relics that benefit from playing lots of attacks, like the Shuriken or Kunai especially. If we had bought that Kunai from Act 1, you'd better believe I'd be taking this Flash of Steel. Just gonna go no-nonsense Panic Button, no-nonsense Violence. And I think I'll take max health here. Alright. And double Orb Walkers. Challenging fight here. These guys have a very frightening damage output and add lots of burns to the damage pile. But if you're able to take them down, you'll get a guaranteed rare relic and a large amount of money. So I'm willing to risk my life here to deal with these nerds. Definitely need to play this Bash. Get to damage them both. Extra if I play Reaper first. It feels like I'm gonna play Bash, Reaper, Panic Button, Reckless Charge, and Anger. I guess I could also do something like Flame Barrier plus Speed Potion. Take exactly 1 damage, and I'm able to block next turn. That'd be pretty sweet, too. Ooh, I like take exactly 1 damage. Leave Reaper in the discard pile. Yeah, actually. Hit the one with lower health. First. Oh, good. Please put that Dark Embrace... Actually, hold that thought. Play that Dark Embrace. Spot weakness, please. Want to draw a Reaper and play it. All right, well, I have to say that went rather well for us. We got 58 gold, as well as the Thread Needle, for a little bit more block every turn. Another chance at armaments here, and I like this one quite a bit more now that I have a Corruption, and we can target the Demon form a little bit more reliably with it, with our fairly immense card draw. I'll pick that up. Just so we have a way to potentially upgrade something very important here. Didn't get offered 999 gold, so... Do I go to this shop? I think I still do, actually. Yeah, 10 free block, by the way. A lot more if I use this Heart of Iron. 22 free block. It's a lot of money. No X-Cost cards for Chemical X. What about Secret Technique? Let us pick any skill from the draw pile and put it into our hand. We could Secret Technique for Offering, for Panic Button, for Armaments. Quite a few good options there. Letter Opener seems like pretty entertaining amount of damage. Every time we play 3 skills in one turn, deal 5 to all enemies. That's not bad. Card removing a strike is pretty good too. Don't have enough to do everything that I want here, which is Secret Technique, Strawberry, and card remove. Just tanking with more max health. Now that we have Reaper to regain health and Demon Form, getting our max HP up into the 100 range is a really good idea. I also quite like an Ancient Potion as a way to mitigate hearts, but I think that would be committing our potion slots to the end game a little early here. Yeah, 216 gold is a big ask of Secret Technique, but just watch what it does. I think I'll skip the removal. Go for the Secret Technique and the Strawberry. Merely observe. I think I'll go Demon Form over Corruption for this fight. 10 free block, by the way. Put the Corruption in play too, actually. Stop there. So here I can use it to seek for violence to get bash, I guess? Seems pretty entertaining. Cool. This deck is now officially doing a dual-wield plus. Lets us make more than one copy of an attack or power. That I'll be taking. For the free upgrade at it. Free upgrade that it has, excuse me. This is 2 elites, this is also 2 elites, but I skip a stinky fire that I don't need. No reason to go to this rest site, so let's go here. Well, that's a heck of a turn 1. Immolate is here to instantly wipe out Repto's minions. Dark Embrace is here to instantly give me more card draw. Depending on what the top card is, I may or may not want to draw it. Let's go with no, don't draw off the Dark Embrace. Just defend. I did want to draw that. It's okay. Here, Secret Technique now gets me Offering if I wish. But I think what I want to do is just Violence so that I can headbutt the Immolates. Use Warcry to put it into my hands. And you guessed it, kill these poor nerds a second time. Poor guys. I actually do want to draw that Offering right now, though. Yeah, so I can play Corruption. Guess that's an okay turn. As long as I'm willing to Panic Button. Not Reaper time yet. Well, it's about to be. Unless I can get dual wield into my hands. Yes. Did. Bottled Lightning lets us pick a skill to put into my opening hand. And a Shrug Plus to go with our Corruption. Heck yeah. So... Bottled Secret Technique is probably my first candidate. Lets me pick any skill out of the deck on turn 1. Can be guaranteed disarm against heart. Can be guaranteed violence to get attacks early. Can be guaranteed offering to just draw lots of cards. The flexibility is there, and I think that immediately makes this thing well worth the purchasing price that we paid for it. Also makes me want to upgrade this Secret Technique. Wait, well, I can't do that. Well, makes me wish I had a way to get it upgraded, I suppose. This is definitely a Seek Offering turn. Why bottle one skill when you could bottle all your skills? Keep those defenses. Will be quite useful once Dark Embrace is down. Uh-oh. Help. Very starter deck kind of hand we drew there, unfortunately. There we go. Form for me today. Oh, there it is. Pack. Alright, fine. Means I have to panic button. Which might be a really bad idea. We're good. I've gotten sufficiently angry that everything is fine. The Mad Chad. Was one angry boy. 10 regen in this potion for yet another way to heal. Could take a second armaments? Don't think so. Just take some max health now. Turns out violence really was the answer. All along. Actually, double power potion could be absolutely game-breaking for Heart. Since I have no difficulty staying at full health here, let's just keep on keeping on, shall we? Another random store? We could go 24 Metallicize. That's kind of cool. But I think it's probably better to just remove a card. Get rid of this strike here. Raj Korajak, thank you so much for 6 months of support. Could have had so many bombs. Upgrade the demon form. Dual wield the demon form. Play 2 of them? Oh no, I can't. I can only play 1 of them right now. Right, okay. Well, we have 2 more, just in case. Good. Just in case I want to, for example, headbutt one to get it into play on this turn. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Lock that in my sleep, nerd. Yeah, 9 strength per turn is a lot. This actually seems like a pretty hype Havoc deck. Lots of expensive cards, multiple ways to put cards on top of the draw pile. Corruption to make it free. Nothing that's game-breaking if accidentally played. No Fiend Fires or Second Winds here. Let's do it. Incorporate 1 Havoc. Just 1. I can even secret technique the Havoc, use Warcry to put Demon Form on top, play the Demon Form with Havoc is a thing I'm allowed to do, although I don't think it's that helpful here. It's gonna secret technique for offering here. Pretty funny idea though. Give me this. Actually, no, put that on top. Oh, and we get to showcase the power. Is it good to have 3 Dark Embraces, is the question. Question for us. Sure feels like this is pretty sweet. I guess Handclog could be a real problem, though. Blue Candle now lets us play our Curse card. That means we can play the Ascender's Bane to activate Centennial Puzzle, potentially. That could be nice on turn 1. Power Through is mighty good block. Sentinel gives us energy with Corruption. Take the energy with Corruption. Keep going this way. My favorite Nemesis is definitely the Nemesis that doesn't put a million burns in my hand. That's never a fun way to die. Another dual-wield the Demon Form kind of situation. I don't think so. I'm just going to play it. Play the Demon Form, play the Dark Embrace. Call it a day. Definitely don't want to... Actually, I don't care if it tries to curse me. Because I have Omamori and Blue Candle here. So knock yourself out, buddy. Guess I could take Sword Boomerang to go with our strength. It's not upgraded, though. Some max HP here. Gambler's Brew doesn't benefit from the Sacred Bark, so I'll be leaving that on the ground as well. It's just a normal strength potion, kind of. That's where I want violence? Instead of offering? I think so. Didn't find my... Immolate, though. Block. This. Always fully block this enemy no matter what. Okay, now here's Centennial Puzzle at a more appropriate time. Good. Could kill some of these daggers, but I don't need to. Somehow I knew. I don't know how I knew that, but I knew it was going to be... Immolate. On the second card, not the first card, the second card. Don't ask. You ever just stack 9 demon form? Call it a day. Darn. I'm actually shocked at how well this demon form has turned out. Especially as we find ways to get more energy now. Bloodletting plus, lose 3 health, gain 3 energy. You better believe it. That is perfect here. Although what we have now failed to do is... scale our max health with the singing bowl appropriately. Only gotten 10 out of it. It's a little sad. Don't you think? Good job, Bloodletting. This is the way to more metallicize. We can dual wield this too. It stacks with a Heart of Iron. It's hilarious. It's a hilarious block option for us. Sure. Is that necessary? No. Did I want it? Yeah. Not worried about the Awakened one. What's the turn 1 play in this fight? I think I do go for Offering. We gotta get some of these powers in play. Did not find any powers. Still did not. There's one. Beautiful. And I will dual wield Metallicize and play it 3 times. So it's like I drank a Heart of Iron. A block. The block. We'll just get one lonely demon form down. He'll be fine. Embrace further down. There's no attacks in the draw... No, there's one attack in the draw pile. Okay. Give me that. Just put him weight on top. You know, it's better to have a skill up top. Gonna headbutt my dual wield. That block automatically for 22. Dang it. It's really trying to dual wield the Dark Embrace here. That did not work out. It's really unfortunate. Well, heck. Dark Embrace being on the bottom is definitely something we're looking to not have happen to us in later fights. But here we can at least always get the health back with our Reaper. Dual wield better or Nightmare? I like dual wield because it makes instantaneous copies, which is a pretty big deal. Please make more Reapers for this fight. Because I feel like that's the direction we're now headed in. Doesn't really matter. That Sentinel for now. Yeah, it also, well, I mean, Nightmare would also work with Corruption, but Nightmare's not an ironclad card. Nightmare with Corruption's really good, if you can ever assemble that combo. Kill Donu here, but then I'll heal less from the Reapers. Let's actually split the damage a little bit. For blank. GG, nerds. We're back to full. On to the next one. It is the Bird Nerd. Probably not going to be dual-wielding Metallicize here. Just going to be really honest with everybody. However, only I could dual-wield the Disarm. That'd be the real key here. Feel No Pain never showed up. That's right, never. But there might be one in this power potion. One or more. We'll just play one copy of Demon Form, one copy of Dark Embrace, one copy of Metallicize, and then the Disarm will help a lot too. Let's actually upgrade this Pummel Strike. I think it's worth it here to play the Metallicize. Metallicize gives Awakened One 2 strength, which is, since they go single attack, times 4, it's +2, +2, +8 every 3 turns. So we technically break completely neutral, right? We get 12 block every 3 turns, they do 12 additional damage every 3 turns, although the distribution's a little bit less favorable. But we also then prevent ourselves from continually redrawing the Metallicize, which is where playing it really starts to win out, is because we avoid redrawing it, which which is very important. And we have no other way to exhaust it either. No True Grit, no Burning Pacts. We only saw unupgraded versions of those cards during this run so far. I tell you, I'm going to play this Dark Embrace. It's going to hurt, but I'm going to do it. Good talk. That's much more benchable. Could play Bloodletting, but there's no real reason. So we take some damage here. Not insignificant. Lose all of our plate armor. And that's okay. And I'll take a little bit more damage here. All right. Trusting that I can get this health back. Awkward. Ouch. Might need to use the Heart of Iron now, actually. Looking at how this is going. Can always buy the potion back. Well, it feels like we're really going to suffer here. Once I get Reaper in hand and successfully gain some strength, we can get all this health back. But that doesn't save me if I go to 0 health in the next couple of turns, which it looks like I might do. So I'm going to use this. Give me back my... Flame Barrier Plus for next turn, I think. It's a multi-hit. Do I dare? I don't dare. We're at 10 strength now. Keep holding on for a bit longer. Wield has not been cooperative. Uh-oh. That looks a bit problematic in the draw pile there. Yikes. No! Ah! Okay, we got dual wield Reaper. Thank goodness. Whoa. Here, I was worried for a second. But I have to say, I think this would have been GG if I didn't use that Essence of Steel, the Heart of Iron, when I did. Definitely going to play Corruption next time I draw it. Which is going to be with Headbutt right now. It is time. Right? It is time. It is time. Top card is the panic button. I do not want to draw that right now, actually. Well, I don't want to Havoc it, rather. Let's Havoc whatever this is. You got it, buddy. Two. Seems fine. That return damage, though. Holy moly. Dual wield plus Reaper next turn. I think I'll just headbutt panic button then. Bring it back to life. And here we're good now. GG. Okay, I think that was a pretty good use of our potion. Two thump, two thump, two thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this healing? Definitely did ourselves a disservice by picking the Metallicize before that fight, by the way. I think it would have been a little bit easier, maybe even easier enough to save the potion without that card. But I don't regret what I did. And I very much like our position now, especially with, holy moly, some hilarious options. Another power potion, so I can have double 2 power potions. Barricade could let me retain block from turn to turn. Although I can't afford the barricade and a power potion, which is deeply tragic. Shockwave for weak and vuln is very nice. Panacea speed potion for 10 dexterity. That's pretty good too. So I can go double powers plus Shockwave. Not enough to forward Fiendfire after that. I'm going double power potion. I think that's going to be really good against Heart. We could, like, worst case scenario, we're going to end up with double evolve, double fire breathing, double rupture. You know, there's some options. There's some options. Okay. Ooh, a corruption turn 1. Very good for this deck here. And Dark Embrace. Well, it doesn't get much better than that. Might be a little bit before the next one, Mr. Grand TV, but I do plan on doing more over-explained style, tutorial-style runs for the channel in the future. Definitely. Most definitely. Not sure who I'm trying to kill first here. Right now I'm just trying to draw more cards. Save this for Shockwave. I don't want to play every card in the deck turn 1, because I can't keep my block. I think I'll upgrade that pummel. Can't play Demon Form. Make this one vuln? Next turn looks like it's going to hurt a bit, but we do have Reaper. Although we won't have much strength. I should have played the strike, though. Alright, with Dark Embrace, let's just play the Havoc. But and I can draw a card of my choosing. It would be Flame Barrier Plus. For this turn. Okay. That seems like we're headed in the right direction now. Double Demon Form? Double Demon Form. Even Panic Button here. Means I can't block next turn, but... Right. You know? There is no next turn. Oh, that return damage. Holy moly. The spice. Dragon Preparation gives us more cards on turn 1. We could take a Swift Potion for draw 6 during the Heart Fight if we want. I think I'm going to trust in our double power potions, though. And on we go. Here we are against the Corrupt Heart. The end of the Spire. I drew Dual Wield on turn 1, so I can make even more copies of Feel No Pain here if I want. That's probably the winner. Although Barricade is tempting, Feel No Pain is, I think, the best card we could have seen. Trust me when I say Barricade is not even remotely as good as this Feel No Pain is right now. But if we get Barricade in this power potion, life's going to be good. Oh, but I did make a mistake by doing in that order. Because now I don't have room in hand. Oops. Yeah, and I failed to account for Centennial Puzzle. I should have played a card first, I guess. Okay, there's Corruption. Be a very specific order of cards. So when we make copies of Feel No Pain with Dual Wield, the copies are also at the temporary cost reduction here, so they're 0 cost. How do I want this to go? Now we can Secret Technique for Sentinel. Then we can drink this. We do get Barricade. We go Corruption. Sentinel. Headbutt the dual wields. War Cry. Put this on top. Make even more Feel No Pains. Put those in play. 18 block per exhausted card. And we have Dark Embrace Corruption down. GG, Mr. Hart. You ain't got nothing on this. Don't use that yet. I want to keep going here. We can stop for this turn. A casual 192 block. No biggie. You know. $135. Dang. Poor guy. Get him. Yes! I was hoping we could see the flame barrier. Good stuff. Again! So happy to see these flame barriers from Act 1 still kicking ass in this deck. GG, Mr. Hart. What a fun run. Get angry. GG. What a cool way to start a Spire for the day. GG. GG. Yeah, that Sacred Mark put in pretty good work. I was definitely never really felt like I cared that much that we were down in energy compared to what we could have taken from our boss reward otherwise. Has it been done? Spire sleeps. And so shall I. GG. So some cool things that I think went really well this run. And, man, 92 health, but we took 93 damage in the Awaken 1 fight. Prankster asks, have I managed to finish a run without taking any damage at all? Is it even possible? Yes. Quite possible. I have not, I don't think, personally done it. I do vividly recall a Watcher run where we took damage to Jawworm, but then never again. So Jawworm was the only thing that hit me. This challenge is pretty doable if you start your run with a fossilized Helix Relic, preventing the first instance of damage each combat. If you can just take one hit that you ignore and end the fight quickly otherwise, it's not too bad to completely avoid incoming damage. I think this secret technique worked out really, really well too. Partially because it did end up bottled, but I was also expecting it to be sort of a draw 2 with Dark Embrace. We pick a skill and then we get a random card as well. But overall, Dark Embrace doing wonderful Dark Embrace things, Corruption helping out massively, and then I begrudgingly admit that this Demon form, and of course the dual wield combo with it, were actually invaluable to making this deck functional. And it is so cool that we dual wielded Demon form more than once. GG. All right, next up is the Silent. Gonna take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water before we jump into that run. So I'll be back in a few minutes. When I return, it'll be Silent time. BRB. We return. I will just update a few things. Three Ironclad 3. We're now at 59, right? That's correct. Number 15 with the Ironclad. Very good. Still don't understand why Silent has a 12-card deck. My understanding is that the Ring of the Snake is meant to kind of counteract that, because she gets 2 extra draws on turn 1. The larger starting deck size kind of counterweights that in a way. Not sure I agree completely, but that's how she is. Silent's increased number of strikes and defends versus the other characters definitely feels like it puts her at a bit of a disadvantage sometimes. And it can be really tricky, it feels like, to get a hold on things. Strange looking act layout. This path is somewhat reasonable. Oh, I like this one too. Ooh, wow, that's a lot of fires. But I have to get through one of these elites to go here. Random Rare Relic could help, depending on what it is. There's a lot of ways for that to be very powerful. I think that's also true Victorious. It's so that the Silent cleanly draws all 12 of her starter cards on the second turn of combat. I think that's very probably true. But that's an intended balance then. Of course, the Ascender's Bane throws it all off. So we kind of forget about that neatness that there is. I think a transformed card start could be pretty good here too. But I'm going to go for a Rare Relic. Rare Relics can be a very strong start to your run, particularly if you get a really good one like this one, the Incense Burner, allowing us to become intangible every 6th turn of combat. With a little bit of deliberation and setup, this becomes a very strong way. To do the Spire. Owl Milk asks, how many hours do I have? We're creeping up on 6,000 now, as Steam says currently 5,770. Okay, maybe not creeping up. We got a couple hundred hours to go. Over 5,000 at this point. It's a lot of Spire. And a game that I've managed to enjoy the whole time. Which I've never been able to say about any other game for 5,000 hours. But I haven't made a career out of playing any other games either. Suppose I could try. Ooh, early Bouncing Flask. That's a pretty hype floor 1 damage card. 3 poison to a random enemy 3 times. Very impactful upgrade too. Impactful. Making it bounce a 4th time for 12 total poison. The best damage card, bar none, that Silent really has against any single target. The fact that it bounces is a little confusing. Like, the card art shows it bouncing between multiple people, but that's never what you want this card to actually do. You always want the bounces, because the way poison works, to all hit the same target. Kind of weird. I wonder if the devs did that on purpose. Or if that's just how this ended up working. But yeah, it's a card that's bad against multiple enemies and good against single targets. How many Spires have I slain in that time? Ooh, man. Many, many. Many Spires. Don't know that I could make a reasonable guess at how many. Well, I guess I could. If we use the rate that I've been going at. which I think is not quite accurate. 40 spires a month for 3 years. Hmm. 40 times 12 is 480. 480 times 3, about 1,500. That's a lot of spires. And it could well be, you know, hundreds more than that, too. You need 8 health. I don't think it matters who gets the neutralize and who gets the strike here. Neither will attack next turn. Okay, Flex Potion's not bad, giving us some... temporary strength for 1 turn. Best thing to pair with a poison card is more poison. And Deadly Poison has the benefit of being a targeted poison card. A little early for tools to trade, but could be rather nice, letting us draw 1, discard 1 each turn. The intent behind tools is to give you more... You get to look at 1 more card in your hand each turn, and that gives you more options during combat. I don't have any kind of enemy encounter guide video. I think that'd be a really good one to do. We just take little snapshots in runs that are facing that particular foe. Talk about them. I could make a short video on a particular enemy, or I could make a really long video trying to talk about all the enemies. I have no idea which one would be more... I'd much rather do the piecemeal, I think. That'd be my preferred style. Making a 4-hour-long video is not something I would personally enjoy. I like an idea of splitting it up into acts, since that's usually the situation that you're in. You have to look at all the possibilities for where you are currently. I do like that quite a bit. Okay, given the cards we picked up so far, I'm going to rule out an early elite. I am a little afraid of both the sentries and the Gremlin Knob at the moment. So let's path towards this fire. A combat from our first question mark. That's always a bit... Do I just kill? Or do I dare use the bouncing flask here? I'm gonna bounce. Yeah, that's better than what we would have done with the strike, I guess. 3 poison is better than 6 damage? Yes, it is. We have at least 1 more fight before the boss, before the elite. Excuse me. So I'd like to be intangible on turn 1 of our first hard pool encounter, and I'm sure that will be very helpful in that fight. Another Flex Potion. If I can find any multi-hit card, a Dagger Spray is perfect. Hold on. We can actually change our path again if we want to. Because double Flex Potion, Dagger Spray, Incense Burner is absolutely enough to fight an elite with. Like, super duper. Deal 14 damage to all enemies twice. Okay, well, we'll be taking that for sure. Let me think. So, this way is 1, 2, 3, 4 upgrades. 2 elite fights. And we get a pretty mediocre shop that will be probably a strike remove. Or we go this way, 2 more combats. Don't think I want burner for this guy. I would go this way. Fight here. I have to do another elite to get the actually good path? Okay, let's not do that. Go here. We're going to take out the Burning Elite, and we'll remove a card of the shop, probably. Our goal in this fight is to end the combat with Incense Burner on 3. Actually, no. This is an event. Again. We want to set it on 1, if we can. We want to end this fight with Incense Burner on 3. Could Bouncing Flask defend? That'll make it harder to end the fight at my discretion, though. Let's do strike, strike, defend. Neither will attack me next turn. Probably need this one to die next turn. We're going to be vulnerable. Yeah. Okay. So we end up with Incense Burner on 3 here. It's a little awkward. But we'll see what we can do. Pick up an Entropic Brew. Jeez. And a Bane? Are you kidding me? Wow. Well, that goes beautifully with 2 poison cards and a need for a single target attack damage. Bane is a great card for getting through a potential Gremlin Knob. Is Brew better than Flex here? Maybe? It's actually not a guarantee. Given the Dagger Spray and our specific desire to kill sentries, it's possible that the Flex Potion is better. I am going to take the Entropic Brew, though. And actually, with Incense on 3, maybe I was meant to go this way, but I don't think so. We end up in Heck. That's our home. The deadliest of all Act 1 encounters. Jawworm plus Green Slime, both attacking for 12 on turn 1. Yikes. Yet I am not afraid. Definitely not going to invest potions here. At least not yet. We're intangible next turn. Good. Just keep our health intact then. We want to win a few turns from now. Oof, so close. But he at least kills this one for next turn. Yeah, this is vaguely fine. Okay, we want to end the fight next turn. If possible. Hopefully it will be possible with the damage draws. And the chip damage from the poison here. Did not draw Bane. Oof. I think that means I have to use the Flex Potion to get a kill here. In order for our Incense Burner to be set correctly. Also, in order to prevent some of this damage. Let's just verify. We have 8, 11, essentially 20 damage. We have to do more than that. So yes, I'm going to use the Flex Potion here. That does leave us a little bit vulnerable to sentries. I suppose I'll upgrade our Dagger Spray for that reason. We'll also likely drink the Entropic Brew if the Jawworm does not drop a potion. Okay. Awkward turn. Very awkward fight we got in, but I think we're still okay here. One more source of poison. Makes the Bane a lot more reliable. Stacks with these two. I think a Poison Stab fits in great here. Wow. Well, those are definitely the two potions to go with this deck. Poison Potion, Vulnerable Potion. I think we're going to be just fine. I am going to take that Poison Stab, though. So, first upgrade, Dagger Spray, and then I think we'll probably start upgrading... Well, maybe I'll upgrade Bane next, actually. Okay, it is a Lagavulin. I'm not going to turn down Bouncing Flask, Poison Stab, turn 1. I think I'll also use the Poison Potion for help here. That means with the Incense Burner, we'll be intangible for the second attack from Lagavulin. Hopefully we'll draw some of these block cards next turn. Yeah, good. So that's a 10 damage Lagavulin fight. Love to see it. Exact lethal, anyone? Oh, what rewards, too. Pantograph for more health against bosses, and a Farina bottle for some hit points. If we would die beforehand. That means we can greedily upgrade at all of these fires. That's what that means. Malaise? This early on? Yes. Welcome. Great upgrade, great card against Guardian, too. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Malaise for 1 brings him to base 10, then weakens to 7. Malaise for 2 brings him to 9, down to 6. So I can defend Malaise, take 1. I guess I can also Deadly Poison defend Malaise. I have enough damage in this deck. I'm going to defend Malaise here. We'll opt out of our first damage turn in order to mitigate the damage we're taking here. And then kill. Good. Not a lot of control over the Incense Burner here, of course. Stinky Snecko Oil. I don't trust it. Malaise definitely makes Outmaneuver a little bit more appealing. A card that gives us additional energy on the next turn. Without any way to retain the Malaise, it's a bit of a stretch. But could incentivize us to pick up more draw cards. This could be a superpowered Gremlin Knob. Okay, let's not take this Outmaneuver. I'll take an Outmaneuver that I see in Early Act 2. How about that? Summoning an Outmaneuver Plus now, please. Ooh. Ancient Tea Set's kind of like Outmaneuver. If Outmaneuver happened on turn 1 after you visited a rest site. I think that means we should take an event here so we get bonus energy turn 1 against our elites. Although we should probably actually set up the Incense Burner to a more meaningful number than 0 here, so let's not do that and say we did. In fact, I will upgrade Bane next, improving our ability to do damage to immediate shorter combats, because we have the longer combats kind of decisively answered with the Malaise and the Bouncing Flask already. So we'll take this fight. Red Slaver. And I could absolutely obliterate him here on turn 1. We want intangibility on turn 3, though. That's our Gremlin Knob insurance. If it's sentries, then the intangibility will be preferred on turn 2. But I'm not worried about them. Defend Malaise is a pretty serious strength reduction here. I could also go Bouncing Flask. Defend Malaise. Still take 0. Ooh, I like that one. I'm going to win on turn 3 here. Yeah. I think we have enough poison cards at this moment. Adding more more unupgraded common ones doesn't seem like it's all that helpful. An escape plan could be a somewhat helpful inclusion in the deck, I suppose. Sometimes giving us block. Most of the time, not. But there's not really a whole lot of downside to it until some specific fights later in the game. If we find dexterity, it ends up being really good later on, too. Heck, I'll take it. Said it right before burning Gremlin up. But we drew it on turn 1, don't worry about it. Just gonna go ahead and Fear Potion, make sure we're doing as much damage as possible. And I think we'll cleanly kill this guy before he even tries to hit us. So our Incense Burner will be kind of redundant. Or maybe that was a good reason then to keep the Fear Potion, because the Incense Burner was already there. Oh, what if I just kill him on turn 2? You know what? That's even better, I think. Now, an intangible turn 1 against Guardian? This is all so confusing. Oh, but what's not confusing is this card reward. Catalyst. Get in the deck. We a poison deck now. I also love that we got the Smiling Mask right before this store. Could maybe set this up, but I don't really care. We're just gonna kill Guardian the old-fashioned way. With poison. DJ Poison, they call him. Strange Spoon. Interesting. Strange Spoon Malaise, Strange Spoon Catalyst. That's kind of cool. Cards that exhaust when played will instead discard half the time. That's cool. That's just really cool. Problem is it prevents me from removing a card here, which is not as cool. Does one need to play Malaise twice? Not if you've also played Catalyst twice, generally speaking, but sometimes you really do want to. Acrobatics card removal feels really good as well. Hey there, NK the Wanderer. We did a sort of over-explained Watcher run yesterday, actually. So I highly recommend checking out the past broadcast section and taking a look at that if you're looking for Watcher advice. Some more heart-specific advice with Watcher. Watcher's most difficult task is surviving the first 3 turns of the heart fight before you're set up with your long-term block plans, which are going to involve stuff like Mental Fortress, Talk to the Hand, Wave of the Hand, and all that. But also keep in mind opportunities to pick up things like artifact potions to block vulnerable from heart, a weak potion to mitigate some of the heart's attack power in the first 3 turns, or stuff like Fairy in a Bottle to keep you alive just a little bit longer. It's really all about surviving those first 3 turns when it comes to Watcher versus Heart, I think. And I really like Acro card remove, but this is too fun. Let's do a Strange Spoon. I so rarely get to buy this, and with certain other cards that exhaust, we could see a lot of real power here. This could combo then with Apparitions, if we find them later, with rare cards like Adrenaline, or Alchemize, or a few other fun options here. see. 9 poison? Question mark? 50% chance I get to keep it. Easy. Come on, spoon. Alright, fair enough. Still, -2 strength will be a pretty good diminishment of the Guardian's abilities. Hmm. 63 poison and counting. Easy. GG. Nightmare also kind of works with the Strange Spoon, but is a little odd. Nightmare lets us make additional copies of any one card in hand. I mean, we could definitely copy some powerful cards, but I am struggling to envision a situation where this is in any way practical for us to do. And Venom is a little bit more poison, but not enough to be really worthwhile. I guess it's okay with these cards. A little expensive for us. Now, if you're telling me I'm about to find a Snecko Eye, Nightmare is a different statement entirely. But I'm not taking any of these. No! Alright, well, fair enough. To think what could have been. Do I still take the Snecko Eye? It's actually pretty good. Works with Bouncing Flask. I think Malaise is very nice. Snecko Eye makes us draw 2 more cards each turn, but all cards are random cost. Could also take bonus relics from elites, which we're, I think, relatively well prepared to handle. This run could definitely take the Black Star and get away with it. Don't have a lot of use for the Wrist Blade. Bonus damage on 0 cost attacks, just the neutralize here. Okay, let's give Black Star a try. I'm a little worried about our matchup against the 3 Slavers and such. But I think if we set up our Incense Burner appropriately, we can do really well in a lot of potential situations. I don't want to go headlong into too many elites, though. Like, blazing 3 elites down might be a bad idea here. What we need to do is get our feet under us initially, somehow. It's a lot of upgrades in the middle path. Definitely feels like we should explore a few events, just because of how powerful apparitions could be for us. Only way to get a decent elite count is to fight these 2. Otherwise, it's only 1 elite. Okay, so we'll be going over here, starting on this side. Ticker Spray Malaise? Yeah. Some damage there. Hopefully Chosen will do the ×2 attack next turn. Thank you. The single attack would have been like 18. Much scarier. I'm gonna take the additional damage to get the Catalyst in play here, so that we can win before we get attacked again. pretty well. Piercing Whale is a great card in Act 2 and has synergy with a Strange Spoon, coming back half the time, which I think means we'll need less Piercing Whales in the deck, just 1 or 2 copies rather than the usual 4 or 5 that I go to. So I am avoiding this shop. Is that the official statement? I think it is. These are good potions too. All right, let's look at some events here. Duplicate a card in your deck. That's going to be a Catalyst Plus for me, please. Or is it Dagger Spray Plus, maybe? No, it's got to be the Catalyst here. Man, we could have had 2 Nightmares. Dang it. And sneak away. Don't think about it too hard. You will only cry. Still might cry. Ow. Okay, our goal is to, in this combat, get Incense Burner on 5. So we're intangible for the first turn of our elite combat. That's the goal. Another Bane, huh? I don't think any of these are particularly appealing. Paired could do good work. A little bit of health really helps here, keeping us alive a bit longer, and I think helping this Farina bottle do important things. All right, these two. This is a little awkward, depending on where Bouncing Flask lands. Oh, good. I think that means I'm going to Fear Potion Deadly Poison. Otherwise, I have no hope of killing it. Oh dear. But my face, though. Okay, so that dies, and we're gonna need to malaise the sentry to stall for time. That's funny. Malaise the sentry. We need this on 5 to account for the possibility of the 3 slavers being horrifically disastrous to us. Yeah, we do. Good. Don't have a lot of area damage. Well, I guess I have a Dagger Spray. But there's definitely some appeal in an all-out attack to help with Gremlin Leader as a matchup. Don't think I'm likely to survive this path. So I want to go here, then here. Get one more upgrade here. Which I think needs to be this Bouncing Flask. Make that a little bit stronger. Resting's not a bad idea here either. And make sure we have an energy boost for the elite fight. At least I hope it does. Am I sure I don't want to go this way? Awfully tempting. Actually, I'm pretty sure I beat Collector if I get there. And I want to go to that store. You know what? I'm going to go this way. Only one elite. And I'm okay with that. Ooh. I know it's a lot of lost value to Black Star. And I'm okay with that too. Yeah, I need this gremlin dead. Please hit the leader 3 times. Close enough. Uh-oh. The chonkers are here, and there's not a lot I can do about it. Heck. We're getting attacked by the leader next turn. Ben Gray, thank you so much for 21 months of support. And the weekend, we have neutralize at least. So Gremlin Leader is going to be 6 times 3 from the leader. The minions are going to be the problem. Problem is we'll be weakened. But Dagger Spray Bane will kill one of them. As long as I poison it. So I guess I am poisoning one of these fat gremlins this turn. Okay, that's fine. Can we kill the leader with Catalyst? No. No, it'd only be 60-something poison. Just not even... Not enough, for sure, Z's. Is a flat 14. You have 21 block? What? Ah! What do you mean you have 21 block? They knew my plan. Oh dear. Bane does 14, Dagger Spray does 8. That's 22. He lives. Ugh. Filthy. Filthy strategies. Catalyst has to go on the leader, otherwise this fight is going to end decisively not in my favor. So I think that just means we take a lot of damage. It'd be 10, 10, 18. That uses the Farina bottle. Yeah, there's no play that both plays Catalyst on the leader and kills a gremlin here. So what's our map look like? Actually pretty fine. Okay. We're just gonna do it this way then. use the fairy and win. It's actually completely fine by me. And this is why I didn't go this way. Get pretty good relics though. Anchor for block on turn 1 and Orichalcum for guaranteed block, plus a second bouncing flask if we want one. And with 2 catalysts, I do want one. And I'm going to upgrade that second one immediately also. Unceasing top. I don't think we're going to get a lot of use out of that. Not today. And now I should probably rest. As this hard pool combat could be rather dangerous for us. Thankfully these two are pretty easy. That still won't be enough. And I'm intangible next turn anyway. Just have a million poison. Easy. Threshold for the healer to heal is 21 damage between the two of them on Ascension 20. And I think 17 if you're on a lower Ascension. Below Ascension 17. Only take one here, thanks to Orichalcum. Let's go whale, bouncing flask. I think we're really going to appreciate Orichalcum as a relic this run. Let's see, this might be my last fight before Collector? Do I take this event? I guess that depends on a few things. Turn 3 Collector Intangible would be fine. Let's kill you now. I think ideal is turn 5. We get the fairy in a bottle back? That's funny. Well, I guess everything worked out. Dash, Sucker Punch, Dagger Spray. We'll pass on that. None of that's even vaguely as efficient as the cards we have currently. Probably upgrade the Deadly Poison here. Remove a card to the shop, and then we'll decide one or the other. But for now, I'm still prioritizing lots and lots of upgrades. Outmaneuver is back. Although I think I like it less than before. What I really like here is Impatience. Card draw if we have no attacks in hand. Although we're not that light on attacks yet. It'd go better if I had it prepared. Secret Technique, which showed off last run, also pretty decent here. Not too concerned with much of the rest of the stuff here. Not even Abacus. And I can upgrade that Impatience? Yeah, I'm going to buy that Impatience. And with Fairy in a Bottle, I think I'm fine to go to the Collector fight. As we are. You can also have this happen at the event room. The whack. We were knocked unconscious, groggy and with a throbbing head. We awaken to find ourselves thrown into the center of a massive stadium. That means fighting 2 fights. One against these 2 chumps, and then another one immediately afterwards against a Slaverman and a Gremlin Knob. We don't get Black Star value here, unfortunately. Wow, that guy is super dead. Screw that guy. Apparently. Go neutralize Strike Impatience, try to draw a damage card with which to kill this man. Let's do that. Could hurt me though. Nope, paid off. But we'll still get just two regular relics from that combat. Do I particularly care about what Incense Burner is? I guess I'll try to set it to 3 if possible. It'll depend on this guy's mercy. So if he dies next turn, that's no good. Oh, well, it might have to be good. Take 4? How worried am I that the Gremlin Knob will hit me? Not very. And I have Orichalcum. Time for victory! Oh yeah, because we can just go Deadly Poison, Catalyst, Catalyst. Smell you later, Gremlin Knob. Didn't even have proper time to get angry. Poor guy. Blech. Well, that worked out. Our last goal is to try to have Incense Burner for some semblance of a useful turn against Collector. We want Incense Burner on turn 5, right? Summon, attack, attack, debuff, attack. Yes, turn 5. So if we can kill this guy next turn, that'd be ideal. And Bouncing Flask will do exactly that. Wow. Pocket Watch and Boat Thingy. And 100 gold. Just fantastic rewards. Pocket Watch says if we play 3 or fewer cards during our turn, gain 3 additional card draw at the start of the next turn. Adrenaline here with Strange Spoon to be reusable card draw and energy. Heck yeah. Currently 9 cards have been saved. Doesn't tell you, like, what percentage of the time it worked, which I really feel like it should. Just a total number per turn per combat. You'll have to message Forgotten Arbiter and request that formally. 50% of the time, it works every time. But no, that did not count for the Black Star. You always get 2 relics from that fight, whether you have a Black Star or not. Poor Catalyst. So here I could play Poison Stab, Dagger Spray, Neutralize, Strike, but instead I'd prefer to draw 3 more cards next turn. All we really care about is seeing the other Catalyst. Very much a fight where we just all in against Collector here. All the poison. And we don't need to worry about much else. Odds that this applies more poison to Collector are pretty slim. I think I'm just gonna Catalyst, defend Malaise to mitigate the damage here. 60 poison will end this fight in relatively few turns. Ouch. That's Collector for you. Very angry. It looks like we actually kill on the turn we're intangible. It's unfortunate. Oh well. The good news is we win, and we kept our potion. Collector wasn't even kind enough to attack us this turn. Dang it. Well, I tried, chat. Ooh. Tough choice. A second Adrenaline with Strange Spoon. Very, very powerful. Skylar Rain didn't think poison decks could be good. Well, they are shockingly powerful. It's mostly off the back of this card. Poison is one of the most powerful ways to do damage on the silent character because of Catalyst, especially if combined with multiple copies. Corpse Explosion lets us deal with multi-enemy fights, especially the Reptomancer, in good fashion. It also really helps us lean into our Pocket Watch a little bit more. And is yet another great source of poison here. Sure. A lot of key fights are going to call for Corpse Explosion, like Donu and Deca, Triple Jawworms, Spire, Spear, and Shield. Pretty easy pick for me here. We've got the Cursed Key providing energy, Empty Cage providing 2 removals, 2 strike downs, or Tiny House giving incremental advantage, I'd call it. I really want more energy so that we can play Bouncing Flask and 2 other cards, or we can play double Bouncing Flask on the same turn, or... I mean, we just want more energy, period, with this deck. And Cursed Key provides it with minimal downside. We'll get cursed if we open a chest, but we don't actually have to open any chests because we skipped the Unceasing Top last act. So my hope is that we can just use this to fight several elites this act. We'll go for 3 now, trying to capitalize upon our Black Star or bonus relics. There's only one path that really does that, hitting... Actually, no. This elite or this elite. And this elite. We get a rest site going this way. We don't going this way. I think I prefer the rest site. What would I like to upgrade? Adrenaline's fine. Corpse Explosion goes to 9 poison. That's a good upgrade too. Okay. These are both the same. That free block on turn 1, it's so good. Here, have a million poison. And we draw a lot of cards. Burner wants a better number. Is this a 999 gold sort of situation? Actually, maybe with a Pocket Watch. I'd only get to remove one of them, but... would I care? I'm not sure. Love an Acrobatics here. Now that we have a bit more energy, draw 3, discard 1 can help us find important stuff. Concentrate could also allow us to, using, on a Pocket Watch draw turn, could allow us to either do a really big malaise or play a lot of cards, or it could be used in conjunction with our Impatience to draw additional cards by discarding our attacks. That said, so can Acrobatics. Let's take this Acro. 239 gold for the red mask. Not worth it, I don't think. Although weakness on turn 1 is nice, especially with a poison deck, because it removes artifact layers from enemies. But I'm planning on going to a shop soon. The Act 3 boss never drops anything. 3-ply unlimited. You get no rewards whatsoever for defeating your the 3rd boss, even if you are going to Act 4. I am going to mess with these 2, though it might not be that wise. I'm doing it. Making it happen. Ooh, and I'm liking that I did. Hold on. So I'm just going to delete that comment, 3-ply. Should probably actually blacklist that term entirely. I don't think you intended that with any maliciousness, but I prefer if you rephrased. Okay, 9 to 1, 3 to the other. Do I... Piercing Whale will block most of this turn for us. I'm wondering if I Poison Stab Catalyst. That's 36. That feels pretty good. Piercing Whale, Poison Stab, Catalyst, and then Malaise to finish. Wow, and Spoon just went wild. All of those cards got kept? We have 14 additional free block this turn, and we're intangible next turn. Okay. Dare say this has gone well. Like, really well. He's dead next turn. Yeah, a buttery smooth double Sentries fight. Thanks to our really good relic support that we've started to amass. Gambling chip? No, it's a shovel, letting us dig up new relics at res sites. Maybe we'll be doing that, actually. I think we got a lot of good upgrades earlier on, and additional relics might just make the difference here. Backstab Plus? I don't think that contributes very well to making good use of the Pocket Watch. Although it might be a nice way to kill a dagger against Reptomancer. Snecko Skull, that's the one I want to see. Maybe there'll be a Snecko Skull in the shop. Excuse you, gentlemen. Hello? Unacceptable. Calc Gamble, huh? Bullet time is 2 more cards played, but they're not very good cards. I'll just gamble this. Yeah, I was hoping we'd see Piercing Whale. Much better. Much, much better. And then we'll just Corpse Explosion Bane, the one with the most health. We have Gambling Chip at home. Oh, heck. Oh, this is fine, though. Block for 24. Malaise for 2. 7, 5. Yeah, that's fine. Oh no. Bouncing Flask? I need you. No! Bouncing Flask! Dang it. Ugh. Well, I did that to myself by not using the Pocket Watch last turn. I should have played 1 fewer defend and Malaised for more, so that we were guaranteed to draw better this turn. Oh well. My bad. Now we're intangible on turn 1 of the Elite fight. Hooray? Go with hooray. Yes. This outmaneuver may play. Membership card. Pretty spicy. Crippling Cloud. Pretty spicy. Duplication Potion. Extremely spicy. All of the above, please. Please and thank you. I guess I'm resting instead of digging here, which I am okay with. Beautiful. The corpse explosion, one of the daggers here. So that the new wave of daggers is killed off next turn. Guess I'll also prevent this one from adding a wound. And I'd like Repto to be able to summon next turn anyway. Let's get her started. That's right. Oh good, and she didn't attack either. Playing 3 cards on purpose, not playing this escape plan. And now all I have to do is survive this turn. So we'll go Piercing Wail. Block for a lot. I guess we technically have to do more than just survive. She won't quite die with what I've done. Sounds like a problem for next turn, Baylor. Draws 5 wounds. Oh no, we're good. Actually, wait, are we? We need to do 12 more. So Bouncing Flask has to hit her 2 times. Or I need to Duke Pot the Corpse Explosion. What do you got, Bouncing Flask? Never had it. Well, it was good knowing you, Duplication Potion. Jeez. Spire's out to get me today. Tangible for the explosion, so that's fine. Another fight for the elite. This acrobatics is upgraded. I like upgraded. I like upgraded a lot. There's a relic in this chest. It's a common, it's an uncommon or rare relic as indicated by the large chest size. The art of this chest, the black color of it, its hexagonal shape. But there's a stinky curse, and I don't know that I want that curse. Could be something pretty nasty, in fact, so I'm gonna skip here. We'll never know what was inside, and I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Should I have Poison Potion there? Maybe. Perhaps. I want this thing to die next turn. If that's at all possible. feel like draw's gonna be good. We just want to do as much damage as we can then. Over 2 turns. Deadly Poison Dagger Spray. And then try to kill it now. Cry if I can't, which I can't because I didn't draw that Hacking Bane. Dang it. Ugh. Should have used the Poison Potion. But we might also need that against Giant Head, so I guess that's fine. Like 15 damage? That's not too bad. Perhaps a little bit more next turn. If I can't deal with Constrict, no, we're good. And we're intangible turn 1. Not good. Oh well. Trops Plus is kind of nice for the late game, but definitely redundant in a deck that has 2 catalysts. We go onward. Nemesis. Not even attacking me on turn 1. That's a little bit ominous. I go Bouncing Flask, outmaneuver and Bane here. Draw 8 cards for next turn, and hopefully we're not being attacked for massive damage. Just regular damage, good. And that outmaneuver paying off big with a 7 energy malaise. Smell you later, Nemesis. Nice try. Oh. Got a last gasp in him, though. Just discard this. Ouch. 12 more damage. Get Bag of Prep for more cards on turn 1, and Stone Calendar for more damage on turn 7. Yeah, we have not seen one single footwork this whole run. No way to gain dexterity. We've taken every Piercing Wail that we've seen. We've taken every Wraith Form that we've seen. We've taken every Malaise that we've seen. Just hasn't been any block. No leg sweeps either. Alright, I'll recall here. As good as Leg Sweep on 3 energy? Pretty good, actually. Hey, nice. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's a bonus heal and a bonus remove. Really good find. We could get another fairy, too. But just getting strikes out of this deck will do so much for it. Our plan against Heart is win before we die, basically, and that's going to involve the Catalysts. I'm set up nicely for this Elite, at least, with Intangible turn 2, just in case it's the Repto herself. That means we have to not kill either of these daggers turn 1, because that'll force Reptomancer to attack me on turn 2. She can't summon if there are already 4 daggers on the field. Impatience here. Let's go Deadly Corpse on her. Well, killing the new wave of daggers with a Corpse Explosion next turn might be really nice. But we're intangible, so it'd be a little redundant, wouldn't it? Also did forget to block on that turn, I suppose. Maybe not forget. I calculated that I should not. Let's call it that. If I draw the other catalyst, I just win next turn. Otherwise, let's see what happens. Oh, I'm guaranteed, actually. Never mind. We are winning. And here's the snap. Wow, what a pair of relics. Art of War gives us extra energy if we played no attacks, and Snecko's Skull gives us additional poison whenever poison's applied, and a Piercing Wail to help out our block game. I think it all just came together really nicely. Holy moly. You'd love to see it. I'm actually not worried about Awakened 1 at all. You know why? Count how many powers are in this deck, chat. I'll wait. Not a 1. That's right. Not a number. I can't count that high. That's why I had chat do it. I think I'm going to keep the Poison Potion and the Fairy in a Bottle over this Block Potion. And given how good our matchup is against Awakened 1, thinking about digging. Ooh, healing. That's kind of like I rested. Don't forget, we have Panagraph. It's not because I wasn't comparing 17 health against the boss. We got 42, and we're getting another 25 hit point heal at the start of the next boss fight. That's the plan there. Corpse Explosion will kill these bird nerds very, very effectively. I'd like to play only 3 cards if I can. Corpse Explosion, Crippling Cloud, Bouncing Flask is a heck of a 3 cards to play. Definitely gonna play this. Definitely gonna play this. I could also just defend here. Problem is, we are gonna... Well, no. We're not gonna take that much chip damage from the Awakened one, because we're gonna have a really good malaise shortly. Okay, we're fine then. Let's take the extra energy and less health damage. Yeah, that'll have to do. Didn't get to keep it with the spoon, tragically. That's okay. Now the multi-attacks from Awakened 1 are just sad. Such that Orichalcum can block them. Sure, use one. Didn't get to keep it. Should have made sure to set up the poison such that we were intangible for the first turn of the second phase of this fight. Calendar's going to change that, though. Bam. So if I just end here, it'll die with incense on. It's definitely not the draw I want next turn. Not the draw I want for the first turn of phase 2, so we'll just end turn here. Now we just want to find, like, outmaneuver? No outmaneuver. gonna hurt a bit. Yeah, that's not gonna be good. Ouch. Because this is now a 40 damage attack, and my block is pretty sad here. This will double whale. Nope. Next turn's gonna really be nasty, because it's gonna be a ×3 attack. 10 times 3, to be precise. We should have rested after all, huh? Well, I never die next turn. That's good news. But I foresee potential problems in my near future. At least the neutralize is almost guaranteed. Yeah, that'll do. Thankfully, we're able to avoid total disaster. Incense on 3 will be good for the second boss fight also. Time Eater here. At least hopefully it will be. I might just have to double Bouncing Flask. That's so much raw poison. Even though I take 22. It's surely the fastest way to end this fight. Puts him to 32 poison immediately, and if we can multiply that by 9 immediately, then life will be good. The problem is that this is going to set my incense burner to the wrong number for Spire Shields. Suppose that's fine. It means we win the fight. That's very important. Let's see, how much is this? Can I kill him right now? I actually wouldn't mind Intangible turn 1 for Spire and Shields. Let's see, we add 31 plus 8 plus 7. It's 46. Times 3 is 138. Plus 1, 139. Times 3 goes to 417. I would have to use the poison potion to kill right now. But I could use the poison potion to kill right now. I think that's worth it. No matter what escape plan drew. Don't think. Okay, two thump, a deep pulsing dread. You felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all this catalyzing? Thankfully, we do go to full health courtesy of our meal ticket here, so I'm able to either upgrade a card, which would probably be Corpse Explosion, or maybe Crippling Cloud. No, Corpse Explosion, I think, is a really important upgrade. Adrenaline's not a bad one either. +1 energy. Or we can dig. Heck, we didn't take Black Star, not to take additional relics. What do you got? The blue candle. That's not it. That's not it. However, Duplication Potion is back. And there's either a Footwork Plus, which could help us survive, or another unupgraded Catalyst to incorporate here. Chemical X works with our malaise, does it? I don't think that's good enough reason to take the Chem X. We always take Dupe Pot. We'll go Catalyst. All offense. All in. We've got Fairy in a Bottle to survive. Duplication Potion. Hey, we did get attacked on turn 1, so the Incense Burner even worked out here. Amazing. Amazing. This turn's going to be kind of miserable, but maybe it won't be. Okay. Yeah, next turn's going to hurt a bit. That's fine. So you're dead next turn. That means I can stay facing this way. Guess we just do damage with Bane, or I can outmaneuver in the vague hopes that I... Oh yeah, we draw Malaise? Sure. That might happen. I think we'll lose some health here, but that's fine, because we have Pantograph to heal us back. And no, we did in fact draw Malaise, so we don't even lose any health. Well, I'd say this has gone pretty well. And if this is our elite fight, then the heart will surely be completely fine too. All we have to make sure that we do is put Incense Burner on 3 or 4. With 3 actually being slightly better because we have the Horn Cleat. But that would require me to kill this thing next turn. Seems pretty hard. This puts it to 30, 90 poison. Actually, that does work, right? Yeah. Perfect. Okay, I think the heart's going to be really easy, honestly. A White Beast statue from the last fight. Would love to see it. And a pin nib that we'll probably never get to use. Caltrops plus here. Not going to do it. We have 3 Catalysts and a lot of poison. We don't need anything more than that. Alright, well, not the best set of relics, but I'm actually quite pleased with how well this Black Star run has turned out. You do have to wonder about the world where we got double Nightmare, Snecko, plus Catalyst. I imagine that had to be pretty wild, but this is absolutely not going to struggle in this fight, I don't think. This is not the turn 1 we want. Okay, there's Bouncing Flask. Use the dupe pot. We're just going to play this Bouncing Flask. Apply 16 poison. And end the turn. With Pocket Watch, drawing 8 new cards here. Intangibles up next turn. So we have to block this turn. And I think that is somewhat reasonable here. Looks like we do take a little bit, but not too much. Goes to 45. Yeah, so we can just do pots. Triple Catalyst, put the heart at 400 poison. And now we block. Ow. But I believe I'm just allowed to hit end turn several times now, yeah? We've got the high ground, Heart, you can't! Press A to E. GG. Mr. Hart. GG. So yeah, when I said I thought the heart was going to be really easy, that's what I meant. GG. Be free, my fairy friends. Be free. Well, that was a heck of a run, and yeah, I think Incense Burner as a starting relic was definitely huge here, giving us some much-needed protection in quite a few different fights. Although I also noticed that we tended to have Incense Burner on the turn that we were also winning, and so maybe it wasn't actually as useful as it felt like? GG. Has it been done? The Spire sleeps, and so shall I. GG, everybody. What a beautiful, beautiful run. Triple Catalyst. The Strange Spoon was particularly fun, although I didn't feel like it actually did anything really important. It didn't work on Malaise against Awaken one, which I kind of needed it to. And then the later fights, we won in 2 turns, right? 2-turn Time Eater fight, 4 turns Shield and Spear, 5-turn Corrupt Heart. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah, most fights ended before we were able to redraw any cards that even were kept. But I guess it worked a couple times on some interesting stuff. So right during the end of that heart fight there, Raz X, hello and welcome. Raz asks, any tips for how to deal with Act 2 elites, as you always feel weak against them? You're not alone. They are absolutely terrifying, generally speaking. And that's on a good day. There's 3 different threats. They all challenge the deck in different ways. But the common element here, just like the elites in Act 1, is damage. You have to be able to do a lot of damage, either to multiple targets to deal with the Kremlin Leader or the Slavers, or to one singular target to deal with the Book of Stabbing. Making sure you've taken some attack cards in Act 1, especially the first area damage card that you see. Get it upgraded. And that'll help your matchup quite a bit, but doesn't do everything that you need. Generally speaking, I also look to have a potion, or ideally 2 potions, going into an Act 2 Elite. You don't always need to use them, but having an option in case things look grim is always nice. So strongly recommend conserving potions. If you know you've got an Elite coming up, try not to use your potions in the fights prior to it, so that you have them available for the tough fight. Last piece of advice I can also give is sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. That's what happened here in Act 2 on this run. We were originally thinking we could fight 2 or 3 elites. Gremlin Leader absolutely slaughtered us, and I decided that maybe relics later is better than no relics now. We opted out of elite fights entirely, took a whole bunch of rest sites instead, and were able to get out of the act, which was all we needed with that extra energy. Worked out really well. So I hope that helps you. Thanks for tuning in. I am going to wind our stream down here. I've got some packing to do tonight, so I'm going to give myself a few hours in which to do that. We are off tomorrow and Saturday this week, so the live stream will not be returning until next Tuesday, the 22nd, at which point we'll be back to the challenge, a little bit behind pace, I think, at that point. So we'll have to kick it up a little bit. And that means, however, ta-ta for now from me. I'll see y'all later. Toodaloo, Crackhand, Mr. Baconudo, Shaloo, Famas, Selbor, Goat Cheese, Metal Philosopher, Muscle Confusion, The Tee-Hee, Chunts, and everybody else. Thank you so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. And I'll be seeing you all next time. Till then, toodaloo, everybody. See you all in a handful of days. Bye-bye. Oh, and if you haven't, don't forget to vote in this month's game vote. Help me pick a game. That'll be closing. We'll be picking a game officially at the end of today. So, get your votes in while they still can, or else. All right, folks. Good night.